Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Moorish America, we want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome our Moorish kin, and all of our family out there to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabanzel. And my ancient comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawar Mintiel Mohedjed Shepsuel. And we have a grand drawing again to bring forth this morning. Our scribes are on the manifest to bring our family into a grand insight when it comes to dealing with the Medu and Kemet, known to most people as the hieratic. This has been a journey of unfoldment, and there are a lot of things that we had to bring forth to our family, and everything is a process, and that process leads to ultimately our progress as a people. So hands down, we know that we are the only ones out here now taking up this special task to go into the hieratic. And we understand that this is a step-by-step process, and most of our people, they can grow with us. You see, this is actually a time where you can grow with us. And the more that we know, the more that we grow. So I just want to give honors to everybody out there that tune in to this particular channel, and they are trying to get insight. If you are sitting here and you are coming, you will learn how to go into these special aspects of the language. All you got to do is apply the will and basically have some staying power, so to speak. And then you will be able to tap into that reservoir of your own knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and we can contribute something to our people. because long time they've been saying that hieratic was a dead language. The Egyptian language is a dead language. And if that's the case, then we are the ones who are here to raise that special language from the dead, which we know it has been living, and there is no death for anything that our ancestors brought on to manifest in all actuality. But y'all know where we coming from. If Al-Sar can be raised and resurrected, then we too can come forth and demonstrate that same process. It's not a spooky demonstration. This is something where we can demonstrate hand on. I want to give honors to our family out there too. Brother Jeff Billingsley, always checking in, and our family, Human Thought. You most definitely welcome as well, family. And y'all most definitely share the link. Be sure to share this link, and we can demonstrate some liking and subscribing. We actually discovered, as well, I want to actually show this to our family, that we have had some shadow banning going on. I have no idea as to why, because we ain't never got up here and spoke, disrespectfully or anything. But nevertheless, we understand anytime you putting good quality information out here, that come with the territory. It also has to do with those who are in opposition to what it is we bringing forth, that may be even flagging the videos. So I know that's probably where it comes into play as well. As you can see here, I was showing here, because I actually went to the AI, messing around with the AI technology, and so I asked the question, who is, the YouTuber Commission Adept Herefin? And then it says here, Commission Adept Herefin is a YouTuber who creates content on Kemetic spirituality and African history. He has over 10,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel, right? However, when you go into, I'm trying to get over here now. Do y'all see my screen changing, family? Scribes.
Islam.
Okay, so here we go right here. I go down here for example. However, we can't see those 10,000 subscribers. You see? It's only 954. So that let me know that there are more people that have subscribed to the channel, but there have been shadow banning going on. So they don't want some of this information to get out there to you. Like I said, we don't demean people. We just give information. And we see people have a lot of terrible information out here, but nevertheless, we see their numbers are all the way up into sometime the high 170, 80K, with 700 people watching, 2,000 people watching. And so that's why, these things are happening. It ain't dealing with what we doing in the information area. It's because either somebody is flagging the video every time we put them up, and this is something that YouTube themselves are doing, and we're gonna probably see if we can reach out. Now, after I put that post up the next day I went up to check again and asked AI again, and this is what they did. They actually pulled me up this time. AI pulled a few of my videos up. Commission Adept is a YouTuber who has a channel on YouTube with over 1,000 subscribers, right? That's still not accurate. It's closer to the number, but it's still not accurate. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any more information about him, that I can share with you. Is anything else you would like me to help you with? You see? And so this is just by asking the computer. That's the AI technology, asking the computer, who is this one? And so I just wanted to show that to our family, so they can see what's going on. Because as soon as I did that post, then it changed from what they had it at. So I know it's somebody definitely doing what they're doing. But Allah is leading on and victory is sure. You can't stop the truth. The truth crushed to the earth gonna always rise again. And so at this time, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring forth our scribes, because we have a grand measure to bring forth when it comes to the homework. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor for our Moorish kin so that we may go into the depth of this special measure and why we are getting this done. You know, we got to open up the way first and foremost. And once we open up the way with the law, par and self family, I'll be sharing these videos. So, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, if you would come forth, please, and open us up with law, Islamism without the schism.
Islam, gratitude. Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay out of the Texas Consulate. Rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give high honors to our Act 1. I give high honors to all of our officials. I give high honors to this class, our E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, as well as I give honors to all those that are here. I give honors to you, Dr. Shedu Amenti El-Muhaji Shepsuel, our host and instructor of this most powerful class. I give honors to everything that is Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, Holy Quran, Book of Ali, our 101, 102s, our exhuming of a nation, all of our divine revelations, I give honor. And so I will begin to open up this meeting according to law. I begin with our Moorish American Adeptus Egyptian prayer, Cometian prayer. Yatla eb nuheru meku neteru. Yatla eb heteru. Yatla hoteperu. Pansel. Yatla ma'atheru. Yatla hoteperu. Yatla heru. Yatla ma'ather kuti. Yatla awajet bejuti. Yatla pertem sutek. Pertem heru. Yatla bamaduti. El hedges way up to Ali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. And I'll continue with our divine constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is the Assistant Grand Sheikh in all affairs, if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh, and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is a holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of this said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865. during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of the Moorish America. Moorish America must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look at the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This covenant, this divine covenant, is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessing be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Now this meeting has been opened according to law. Love, Act 2, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I will turn this over to our Grand National Secretary of the State of South Carolina, Dr. Dendra Ani Okurta Bay. Islam.
Islam, 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 God, man. Islam, family. I am Dr. Dendra Ani Okurta Bay. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials. And I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Chief for this class. And I give honors to our Counsel General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law and reading our Constitution and bylaws. I will be reading our chapter of the week, which is chapter 42, coming from our Holy Quran. And it reads, Yehoshua appears fully materialized to the Eastern sages in palace of Prince Ravana in India, to the Magian priests in Persia. 3 wise men speak in praise of the personality of the Nazarene. Ravana, priest of India, gave a feast. His palace in Orissa was the place where men of thought from all the far east were wont to meet. Ravana was the prince with whom the child Yehoshua went to India with when 12 years old. The feast was made in honor of the wise men of the east. Among the guests was Mensti, Bidiapate, and Lamas. The wise men sat about the table talking about the needs of India and the world. The door unto the banquet hall was in the far east. A vacant chair was at the table to the east. And as the wise men talked, a stranger entered unannounced, and raising up his hands in benediction said, All hail. A halo rested on his head, and light, unlike the light of sun, filled all the room. And Yehoshua sat down in the vacant chair. And then the wise men knew it was the Jewish prophet who had come. And Yehoshua said, Behold, for I am risen from the dead. Look at my hands, my feet, my side. The Roman soldiers pierced my hands, my feet with nails, and then one pierced my heart. They put me in a tomb, and then I wrestled with the conqueror of men. I conquered death. I stamped upon him and arose, brought immortality to light, and painted on the walls of time a rainbow for the sons of men. And what I did, all men shall do. The gospel of the resurrection of the dead is not confined to Jew and Greek. It is the heritage of every man of every time and clime. And I am here a demonstrator of the power of man. Then he arose and pressed the hand of every man and of the royal host and said, Behold, I am not myth made of the fleeting winds, for I am flesh and bone and brawn, but I can cross the borderland at will. And they talked together there a long, long time. Then Yehoshua said, I go my way, but you shall go to all the world and teach the gospel of the omnipotence of man, the power of truth, the resurrection of the dead. He who believes this gospel of the Son of Man shall never die. The dead shall live again. Then Yehoshua disappeared, but he had sown the seed. The words of life were spoken in Arisa, and all of India heard. The Magian priests were in the silence of Persepolis, and Casper and the Magian master, who were first to greet the child of promise in the shepherd's home in Bethlehem, were with the priests. And Yehoshua came and sat with them. A crown of light was on his head. And when the silence ended, Casper said, A master from the royal council of the brotherhood is here. Let us give praise. And all the priests and masters stood and said, All hail. What message from the royal council do you bring? And Yehoshua said, My brothers of the silent brotherhood, peace on earth, goodwill to men. The problem of the age has been solved. A son of man has risen from the dead, has shown that human flesh can be transformed into flesh divine. Before the eyes of men, this flesh in which I come to you was changed with speed of light from human flesh. And so I am the message that I bring to you. To you I come, the first of all the race to be transmuted to the image of Allah. What I have done, all men will do, and what I am, all men shall be. But Yehoshua said no more. In one short breath, he told the story of his mission to the sons of men, and then he disappeared. The Magi said, Some time ago we read this promise, now fulfilled upon the dial plate of heaven. And then we saw this man who has just demonstrated unto us the power of man to rise from carnal flesh and blood to flesh of Allah, a babe in Bethlehem. And after many years, he came and sat with us in these same groves. He told the story of his human life, of trials, soul temptations, bufferings, and woes. He pressed along the thorny way of life till he had risen and overthrown the strongest foes of Allah and man. And he is now the only master of the human race whose flesh has been transmuted into flesh divine. He is the God-man of today, but everyone of earth shall overcome and be like him, a son of Allah. The chronological order of these events occurred before Yehoshua was 30 years of age. The essence of his infamous crucifixion did rest upon a political conspiracy between the Jewish Sanhedrin and the Roman government. These powers then crucified Yehoshua according to their law, but he did not die on the cross. See Holy Quran, Surah 4, 157 / Holy Quran, chapter 53, ayahs 1 through 3. The event after he had risen from the death of human knowledge into infinite wisdom and into the deific will revealed, he appeared fully materialized back to India, Europe, and Africa in the land of Egypt and made himself known unto the world. The truth of these events were held back by the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine, whom had these secrets and kept them back from the destruction of the outside world. And when the time appointed by Allah, they loosened the keys and freed these secrets, including the written 18 years of Yehoshua's life, which are absent in your holy Bible. And for the first time in ages have these secrets been delivered in the hands of the Muslims of America. These exposés include the events of John the Baptist, John taught by the Egyptian sage, the meaning of baptism and how to baptize the self. And after he was baptized, he was taken at the age of 12 years into Africa, the land of Egypt, where he remained in the schools of Adept masters for 18 years. There he learned his duties as harbinger and forerunner of Yehoshua. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn everything back over to our National Assistant Grand Chief. Islam, are you there, God man?
Islam, Islam. Most definitely. We are here on the manifest, Goddess and Queen. And we give honors to you for all that you do, and honors to all of our scribes for everything it is that they do. So without further ado and delay at this time, we can call forth our families so they can bring forth, their measure. So Islam, the floor is open.
Islam. Well, I guess I'll go ahead on and jump on out there and let y'all see what I did. I'm gonna go ahead on and try to pull this up. Let me see, share screen. Okay. Let me see. Make sure I'm doing this right. Let's see, I think I'm supposed to click. Oh, click entire stream. There we go. Okay, and then share. All right. Can y'all see anything as of yet? I think I'm sharing my screen, family.
There we go.
Okay, Islam. So I know.
Just make sure you blow it up. Islam.
I'm getting ready to say I know I'm gonna have to blow it up for you all. Okay. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna take it to 300 and see. See how that would do. How is that, family? Can y'all see that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. And Islam family. Our assignment was to use the section video as a study guide to make sure you understand the assignment. And we were to select a line or a whole paragraph of your choice from the document entitled Instructions of Tahotep, the PDF. And we were to use the Mola, Akutus, and the Egyptian dictionary of our choice to assist us in finding the transliteration of the lines or paragraph. And then we were to exercise your five, and use our more science on the Circus 7 to transliterate, to give an Egyptian adept translation of the line or paragraph. And so what I did, family, and I should have put I went to the papyrus, and I chose line 3 over here. As you can see in the corner, I chose line 3 to vet that particular line. And unfortunately, I didn't get but to right here. If you can see my cursor, I didn't get to finish. I just ran out of time because it was so, I was enjoying myself and trying to look and vet and get all the information that I could. And I just ran slam out of time, but I did get something done. And my first letter that, as you can see right here, I want to talk about, which is they are calling the W. And as you can see, it's going to be the molitude G43. You can see how it look over here with the dot. All right, so what the first thing I always do is go to our database and look up the Unicode, the G, as you can see, G43. And as you can see in the molar, you got the 200. So the G43 in the hieroglyph is G43, and the heretic number is 200. So you see they are matching. And as you can see over here, family, that is, you can see the resemblance. You see the little anaglyph. That's what we call. I can't say. I'm trying to say the right things now. This is the anaglyph, and you can see it down here. You see the resemblance, and also you can see the comparison, the resemblance to this. The one that I felt looked more like it would be right here, and you can see the resemblance here in our Unicode, and you know, as you go on across, you can see the different ways that they wrote it, but you can see the difference here. And they are saying that that is a W. So I wanted to make sure that this was a W. So next thing I went to my AKU database. And as you can see, Unicode, Unicode 43. And as you can see, that little chick, it's a bird. And it's a chicken bird, and then also it's a quail chick. And as you can see in the different dynasties, you can see how they wrote that. And I just cut and paste a couple of the dynasties just to show you the resemblance of it. And but you can see the resemblance, how it still resembles what I had down here. It still resembles down here. You can see the similarities, but you can also see the changes, especially from the Old Kingdom and Dynasty 4. And then as you go on Dynasty, you can see the changes. And I think that went up to Dynasty 21, I believe it was. But anyway, well, I did this one too, just to show you the difference. I wanted y'all to see how it was changing. You see here, that's still similar to some of them. But then in the Miller Kingdom, when you get to the Miller Kingdom, you can see some of them look similar, but I just wanted y'all to see the change, how it was changed. Some you can see some of the similarity, but you can see the changes too as the time went on, as the different dynasties came into play. Islam, and this year is also one. I wanted to show you when the Europeans, Alexander the Fourth, when they got into it, you can see the difference here. This year, almost, you can see some similarity in this one, but after they got started and got into it, as you can see, it just changed all the way. I didn't see any resemblance as time went on, and the Europeans got involved, Islam. And then up here, I got this from, unfortunately, family. Every time I cut and paste from the ancient dictionary, for some reason it come out small, but I hope y'all can see it. That's still G43. You see the little chick over here, and they said that is the W, and the sound is OU, and it means WAW. So we know that stands for the W. But now this next one, these right here, these little things, they look like two little bags or something. But anyway, those are That's the go. I went to my Unicode, my database, and I call them looking up my Unicode. I went to my database to look these little things up because they had the Unicode. That was a different Unicode. That they had the Unicode. The Unicode is V33. And when I looked up the Unicode for that, these two little things down here, when I looked up that Unicode, it came up to two different things. It came up. They saying that that's the MRA, or it can be the STY. And as you can see, and then the second one they had, it could be, it's the V33, the Unicode is, and it could be A.R.F. And so as you can see, they were saying that this down here, they were saying that this was a G, but my Unicodes is saying something different. My Unicode, like I said, they say that this was a G, but as you can see, the Unicode, when I looked that up, the Unicode is V33, and it is saying that this is the MRA, or the STY, or the A.R.F. So Dr. Shahida had to help me with, because I don't know why it's coming up different. But like I say, I looked at the Unicode, and this is what the Unicode is saying, but this is what they are saying. All right here. But anyway, moving right along.
Okay, Islam, Sister Curta Bay. That particular one, that's the only one you got a question on, right?
I think that's it. Because if you explain that one, because if you explain that one, then I think it'll clear my other question. Because I had some more that the papyrus say one thing. When you look the Unicode up, they was calling it like one thing, but when you look it up, the Unicode will come out to something different.
Okay, and can you show me which Unicode again you were using? Because what I'm looking at here is you actually probably found something that needed to be corrected. You see what I'm saying? So when we dive into this measure, one thing that we can always keep in mind is that a lot of time they may be in error in certain areas.
Okay.
And as we go through this, we're gonna find errors here and there because we have in the past.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so looking at it from that special measure and understanding that they have errors here and there, this gives us a chance to correct the error. You know, just like you did. Now I see here when you were speaking on the V33, if you look down here at the bottom, it actually has V33 here as your note. I don't know if you seen. Did you see that? Did you notice that there?
No, I don't think I noticed that.
Yeah, so it's actually connecting it to the V33 that you have.
Okay.
You see it right there? See right there at the bottom of the transliteration?
Oh, down here?
Yeah, right there. Well, and it also says it up there on hieroglyphic number.
Oh, okay.
See it where it says hieroglyphic number right there?
Right. Yeah.
Look over to the left. Look to the left.
Okay.
Move your cursor if you can. Yeah, see the number up above that? V33?
Right here.
Yeah, and then right down at the bottom, you know, they got it as a note. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so there is a connection between that Unicode and what you have. You see what I'm saying? You had the V33 and you was thinking, go back to what you were saying about the V33 and that you had a particular measure you were showing it.
Because they were saying, they were saying that was a G.
Right.
But the Unicode,
Point out the G again.
I did. Let me see. I don't think I I don't think I copied that. That's what I should have. I think I didn't
What,
copy it over.
but did they say G33 or something?
Yeah. It says G. It say I had to look up the G the number 313. Well, I couldn't find nothing on the 313, but when I went to the molar and I typed in 515 in the heretic number, that's what come up.
Okay. You saying G came up in 515?
No, on the in my on the papyrus.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure out where you got the G from.
yeah, from that papyrus, and I didn't. I
Yeah,
thought
I'm just trying to see, you know what I mean, how you came up with it. And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
try to get some clarity. I can't get
And
the clarity if I can't see exactly where you
I know it, man.
found it.
And I thought I had put that in there. That's why I say I
Oh, it's
needed
all
more
right.
time. I needed more time because let me see. I tell you what, let
And
me
you really didn't have to go this further in depth, but it's nothing wrong with it either. We were
uh-huh,
just looking for your transliteration. You know what I mean? Basically putting your more science on it.
and that's
It's
what I
good
need.
that you went into this, but this is a more advanced aspect, and we were just trying to get your transliteration. But this is good that you're doing this. But I know you didn't get to the part where you can actually transliterate the words.
Right,
Um,
yeah, because I didn't get to that part. And if you want, I can make this small and show you where I got that. Where I
yeah, yeah, that's
from.
basically what I was,
Uh,
so I can give some. You all right? Just trying to make sure I can follow with what you're saying, so I can give clarity.
yeah, let me pull this up right here. Let's see.
Hmm.
Okay.
I knew I had sent that document out to y'all.
And
Right.
and I went to page 8. Now I used to couldn't do this. I was so nervous.
Well, that's why I sent that, because it's pretty much laying it out. See the G right there that is saying it on the side.
Yeah. See right there? Yeah.
Yep.
And I couldn't find the 313. So I went to my database and I typed in for the heretic number, I typed in the 515.
Okay, now let me show you something between these two here.
Okay, so
They're trying to link this 313. This may be the case in certain documents, right?
so
But
you want me to take this
not
back
in.
down?
Well, no, you can keep it up.
Okay.
This may be the case in certain documents, right? For example, the G313 is actually Gardenia's.
Right.
The 515 is molar.
Oh,
So this is why you were able to find it in the molar measure,
right.
right?
Right. But I couldn't
But did
find
you get a chance to look for the Gardenia expression?
Yeah, I
Okay.
looked for the gardenia, but it didn't give me no hits. It didn't give me anything.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see something real quick here
Okay.
myself. Go to your Arku tool.
Huh?
Go to your Arku tool.
Okay. Aku. Right there. And right there. Do you want me to type something in there?
Yeah. We just gonna try to see what we can get up out of that demonstration.
I didn't come a long way because I ain't never did this before. What you want me to type in there?
Basically, hold up.
Right.
Hold up real quick. I want you to try to go up there and see, can you hit the see if what will happen when you hit 313. I'm just trying to see if it
Type the 313 in there.
Yeah, I want to see if it give a hit.
Yeah, and see, it gave it, but see how it looked. It didn't
Yeah,
look like what I was looking
yeah.
for.
Click on it real quick.
Okay,
I just wanted, because I'm looking at something on my side over here.
okay.
Okay, and just expand it once you get in. That's what it gave you for that symbol, right?
Uh-huh.
That's 313. That's D313 though, right?
Yeah, and that's
So
why
put
I would.
put G up there in front of that.
Okay.
Because I see it just pulled up D automatically, but put G in front of that and see what happens. G313.
See, it say no hits if I do that.
Okay, so that could possibly, because we know the symbol. You can also open up the sign list of gardenia there.
Uh-oh. Do what now, brother?
Open up now I'm saying open up the sign list, like all of them, like where you can see all of them. You just hit go back, X that out.
Get out of here.
Nah, X that out down there where you type it in at.
Oh, down here.
Just hit the X right there.
Okay.
Show, see where it says show all?
Okay. Show all.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we want you to do. Show all the signs, right?
Okay.
Now, just scroll up a little bit. That's gonna actually be an item. Go ahead a little bit. Just keep going. You can actually open that up over there. Now, go ahead, keep going, because we're trying to find that sign, because this is what will actually give us, the sign. Just take your time and scroll it up here and there.
Okay.
Keep going and
I'm
keep
looking
going.
for that little look like a little bag or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I ain't mistaken, that's one of the letters they actually adopted into the Canaanite. Well, what they created as far as from the Canaanite alphabet.
Uh-huh.
I remember seeing that there. I may end up pulling up my demonstration. Just keep going, because that's dealing with the birds.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to give you the categories, but we'll just have to do it this way right here, because we don't have the category. Because I know the sign gonna be in here.
Oh,
And this
really?
is gonna give you, yeah, it's gonna show you that sign, and then you find the proper Unicode for it, and we can see whether or not that's correct. We're just looking for the sign, because these are indicators, remember?
Right.
Then we'll be able to pull up the hieratic aspect, and if they incorrect, we can point that out here. And it's good that we can do that, because this just proves our point that ones, they didn't translate these things as accurately as they said. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with finding that, because that ain't our fault. You know what I mean? It's the fault of the person that's translating.
Yeah.
And so if we see it, then we can come back and actually correct it.
Look like I'm at the end.
Yeah.
Did I run past it?
Let me see.
Um,
Go back, scroll back the other way.
Cause we looking for that little thing, look like a bag. And I did see one look like this in the Unicode, but
And then I'm gonna tell you something else too.
I didn't know that.
Hold up, that's it right there. That's V33 right there. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we didn't. So click on that.
Yeah, just open it up. So that is on the V33. V33 is the proper number, but I want to. So go back, open it up. Just click on it, open it up. I want to see the hieratic expression of it. Okay, so you weren't able to find this one at first, right?
Right, because I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's all right.
But I didn't even know I could go under there and click it and pull all these up.
Yeah, so when all else, see, this is just a methodology, but like ain't nobody taught this but us. So this is what we finding out. Okay, this is the way that you can actually find these things. If you can't see it on a certain thing, then you can say, all right, well, let me find the item itself, and you can do just like this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and hunt it down, and then once you pull it up, now you got the Unicode up there.
Oh,
but see the number here look like, I don't know if that's, I see it saying 350 U0350, but I know the actual hit is coming from the V33. And so now when you go back to the V33, And let me see the dynasties you got. It go all the way back to the Old Kingdom in the 6th dynasty.
Okay, right
Yeah,
there.
and we can see the variations and changes, and
Yeah.
it's something that we need to pay attention to too here. If you look at all these symbols right here, you can see they vary in the way that they are stroked, right?
Yeah, and see that's what
You
took me so long because I'll be sitting
right
there looking at it.
now when you look at these symbols, and this is an example for the audience that's watching. Blow that up, Sister Curtabay, a little bit. Keep the bag up there at the top showing, but just expand it. You know, you can do it. You may, just do it with your percentage, and then you'll be able to move it over where we
How
can
do I
see
move
it.
it up some more?
Will it let you do it?
Oh, I
If
don't
not, all is well. I can actually get to go. We'll do it this way then.
know. Okay.
Just point to the bag,
Okay. Like
because
that.
that's what they call it. It's a linen bag, is what they're calling it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, see down here at the Old Kingdom.
Uh-huh.
Point to that.
Right there.
Yeah. Because what happened with this is that they're saying paper carrier here, right? That's
Right.
what they call it here. They call it a bag up there, paper carrier. Now, this is the reach that is being demonstrated. We want the people to see this. They want you to believe that this symbol that they are calling a bag now, because the ancient Egyptians didn't call it that. Let's just be frank, because the word bag didn't exist back then.
Right.
So they didn't call it that, right? This is what the European is calling it.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make that clear. They are trying to make a comparison between that symbol. And see, on the certain measures, we're going to find out that certain symbols may have existed in the original 700 signs that they had. Some of them came into existence later through the Ptolemaic period.
Mm-hmm.
And this can also have an effect, on the different symbols, that one is able to grasp, because they are bringing new sounds and introducing new sounds through a word that they are creating from a picture. This is the European doing this now.
Right.
Because in order for one to prove that the ancestors demonstrated like that, you got to find an alphabet chart that predated the one Champollion created.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We know you ain't gonna be able to do that because he made it up during the Ptolemaic period.
Right.
So all the rules that are based upon the way that they demonstrate are based upon Ptolemy's creation from what they found on the Rosetta Stone that was created by the Ptolemies later after the ancient. So this is where a lot of these things come into play, where you have some things that may have been produced by, let's say, E. Wallace Budge.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna necessarily be the same as what Dickerson said.
Right.
Like you may have one that producing most of Budge material. Like I just got my original copy that I had before the Book of the Dead I gave away years ago. It was $12. And I encourage our scribes to get hold to this for a particular reason, to vet certain things. And what I find by looking into it, because they got the transliteration in here, where you will normally see ket, which is KH, in a lot of places, you will see X, because X is actually interchangeable with the KH demonstration. So in Budge's material, you're going to see him use the word when he deal with certain transliteration, it's X. And a lot of these words, a lot of people don't know that are being called Egyptian. They actually come from the Coptic, which they like to call Greek.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at this right here, all of these words are really from the Coptic, and they're not necessarily, we'll say, you can't really call them necessarily hieratic or demotic.
Right.
Even though they're using this Coptic, that is the last form of the language, to express these things.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I use the vetting period, and we use the vetting period with the words, and we show that in the Arabic, in the Hebrew, in the Egyptian, we get a hit to where we can bring them together, triangulated linguistical, methodology, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
We bring them together like a period. We call them strong words. This is how I was saying that it's necessary for us to build up our dictionary, because we can see that these words stayed the same regardless of what it changed. Just like the word mayor. We know the word mayor, you know, which is official. Actually, that's the word being used in Tahotep when you first open up. That mayor that's spoken of, you know, comes from mir, M-E-R.
Uh-huh.
You know, we have that. We can prove that. So that's a strong word that came all the way into the English language, just like Alsar.
Right.
Like Alsar, we know it went into usert, you know, which means power. But usert, if you come into the English, we say assert, to assert oneself in power. So being that we can see the link etymologically, we can actually say, okay, well, the definition of this word represents strength, power. The definition of this word represents governor or mayor. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Because we've seen the long line of it in connection. You know, whereas when you come across certain things that are compiled, you know, these are things the European was just reaching.
Right.
And some of the words in the book of Budge, for example, are Hebrew words, Aramaic words. You'll find Arabic words, Coptic words. You know, he was pulling from every, you know, source
Right.
that he could. And so in some dictionaries, they are going solely off of, you know, the Champollion system. And, you know, it's dealing with what they would call Coptic,
Right.
you know, and some people would call Greek, you know, based on who you're dealing with. Don't let nobody tell you the different. When they translate a Bible, for example, they say this is coming from the Greek language, but it's really Coptic.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's called also Old Nubia.
Okay.
The Greek moniker was put on it to make people think that the Europeans had a monopoly over the text.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where, when you come into bringing these letters forth, we have to have all that in mind. You know, this is a great work that we're embarking upon right here.
Right.
To show the people this, right?
Yes.
So now that you're looking at this here, I said all that to say this. Looking at what they are calling a bag and looking at the actual heratogram, which is an hieratic, this would be an indicator, so to speak. They like to call that above it a determinative.
Right.
We call them anaglyphs.
Uh-huh.
You know, but when looking at this, we can see that that is a reach, because that bag is not the same as that alphabet.
Right.
And the only reason they're doing that and trying to tell you that's the same is because of the shape of the alphabet, and they're trying to compare that to the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Egyptologists did this, and this is how they buried things. Now let's go to the same letter beneath that. Let's go a letter down from that one, Sister Curtis. But we want to emphasize this and harp upon this, and we're going to go back the next one. Yeah, now look at that. Compare that to the bag. Yeah, you're right there. We'll go to the next one in a minute.
Okay.
Same thing. It's supposed to be the paper carrier.
Right.
Now, this is the form it's saying it took on in the second intermediate 17th dynasty and the 13th dynasty as well. They're saying this was the expression of it. We see that exactly. There is no comparison between this letter, this heratogram, and that anaglyph up there.
That's right.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pointing this out so that our people can see how these people were reaching. They went and looked at symbols that were on the pyramids, on monuments, and then said, okay, well, this symbol looked like this letter in this papyri.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did.
Right.
You see? So now when you do that, you got to think. Now we see how vast the hieratic is, right?
Uh-huh.
Just studying it. All them different symbols. How you going to go in the papyri that you have no knowledge of and then automatically try to compare these letters to different things on the pyramid? And that's why it's a mess. That's why we come across a little situation like this where we will find errors. I found errors in my translation before. Remember, we had to correct certain things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And so we didn't use their methodology, though. We used the process of observing the anaglyphs. That's right. You know, using the words that were converted over. That's why we say they're nothing but markers to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then we brought forth our measure from the metaphysical standpoint, and then we showed how to actually translate the hieratic.
Right.
You know, because you have to reverse engineer it and take it back into its hieratic state. You know, and then you can actually get a full insight of what the letter, you know, or the alphabet, you know, is expressing. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in fact, while I'm here, I'm gonna open up the book and read this right here. So y'all, and we done talked about that before, but this just goes to show you we've been on the right track all the while. Now we showed you the brother from Japan. You can keep that up right there because I'm gonna come back to it.
Okay.
Now in my book, you know, and I actually had it posted on my Facebook page. You know, writing the Late Egyptian Hieratic, a beginning primer. Now this book is actually to show you how to write in hieratic, and it's authored by Sheldon Lee Gosselin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we know also, as we was talking earlier, you know, the hieratic paleography, which was not in print, but it came out around the same time, 1999. Like I said, it's not really legible in the book, but if you go into the actual slay tool, as we like to call it, you know, this document, you can see the letters as clear as you see them right there. But in the introductory statement, listen to what it said here. Now, remember our brother in Japan who created the Aku tool, he tell you that Gardiner basically brought forth measures, you know, in pictorial, and did never show the people the original papyri. But Gardiner is the one that actually cut the papyri in sections. You know, the original papyri, the Chesapeake papyri, which is a lot of the stuff linking right up to what we're dealing with right now, Tahotep, the papyri of Prissy. So basically, he cut it up in sections to make it like, you know, how paper be, because it was a long papyri. So for one thing, he desecrated the papyri.
Right.
You know, who is he to cut it in half and in sections in the first place? I'm gonna show you actual papyri in a minute. You know, where he was chopping up, where it was chopped up. So he cut it up in the sections, and then it's basically like the monkey with the peanut demonstration. Because what he did is he converted the alphabet into symbols. You know, tried to make it a one-to-one thing, which you can't do that. And then what he did after he did that, he threw the hieratic away, basically. He didn't necessarily throw it away. He had it, but he didn't publish it for the world to be able to see.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So now, in this book, listen to what it says. It says, for the most students of Egyptology, hieratic, the cursive form of Egyptian writing, is learned long after the basics of Middle Egyptian grammar have been mastered, right? It says the study of hieratic text is a specialty subject, and we can see that within a specialized field of ancient language study. So it may be seen, well, and I'm loving this here because this is one of the aspects of our language that they have not yet been able to claim that they have had a hold on. So we are fresh demonstrating this, and this is our work we getting ready to produce. So, you know, I'm loving this. They weren't able to tamper with it before we got to it. That's what I love about this. So it says, so it may seem at first odd to think of a writer primer for the study of hieratic. However, hieratic was a central aspect of the literacy of ancient Egypt. The false impression that Egyptian texts were written predominantly in hieroglyphs is seriously misleading. And only due to the modern scholarly convention of publishing and teaching hieratic texts in an artificial hieroglyphic transcription. So it's letting you know right here. They told you that it's misleading now.
Right.
This false impression that Egyptian texts were written predominantly in hieroglyphs. That's misleading. Seriously misleading. And we've been telling our people this for the whole while, right?
Yes, yes.
But it says, and only due to the modern scholarly convention of publishing and teaching hieratic texts in an artificial hieroglyphic transcription. So this is where they transcribed them letters, the one that you got on your pointer right now, into that symbol. So they hid the alphabet under this transcription that they created.
Wow.
This is what our people fail to realize, what we're trying to tell them. This is a prime example. Now go to the next letter real quick before I finish reading this.
Okay. This one right here?
Yes, sir. Now, this is said to be the same thing, the paper carrier, right?
Right.
If we wanted to say it dealing with normal aspects of the language and alphabets, we can say, man, that's a whole totally different alphabet.
Yeah.
Look at the one next to it.
Want me to go down?
No, to the right.
Oh,
The
right
one
here.
that's right next to it. Look at that. And go back to that again. You see?
Uh-huh.
Where is the similarity in that? That's
Right.
totally different. And we see that really that in the other two that you showed, none of them are the same.
Yeah, them up there.
You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Now, we honor the fact that they're trying to put certain things together, you know, but we have to take things with a grain of salt. And I'm really at the point to where I would say, you know, if it's not the exact shape, you know, let's keep in mind, even though we may say, okay, they're saying this is a different portion of it,
Mm-hmm.
you know, let's keep in mind that this could possibly be a whole nother letter.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and in time as we dig, we will find these things out. So
Mm-hmm.
just because they put things together and it look all neat and all that right there, don't mean that one ain't made no error along the way.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And so we don't want to get into a state either where we feel like we wrong because we have found the error. No, we found the error.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so as it went on in this particular book, you know, and hopefully all of us are able to get it. But I know a lot of it's out of print, and I believe it's out of print because of the legibility of the way that they had wrote these things in here, because they look like old computer graphics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't look like how crisp them symbols look.
Right.
So it takes some real time. That's why I have this and the hieratic paleography, because it actually has slate in this book that I got in my hand.
Okay.
But, you know, it's better seen in the paper that I printed out. So anyway, it says, the need for this current work to correct our approach in ancient Egyptian language is therefore quite obvious and long overdue. Writing was the particular craft of an elite group of scribes, and such served to keep most Egyptians from holding power. See, now that's another assumption. We can say it was demonstrated to keep people from holding power, but that's what they're saying. We would agree that the writing system, especially when you deal with the anaglyph, was created for the priesthood.
Right.
You know, but I wouldn't go so far as saying to keep certain people from holding power. That's how the European think.
Mm-hmm.
So it says the scribe both recorded the imposition of taxes and collected them. It was, in short, the scribe who kept accounts for everything in ancient Egypt. So it is easy to envision that writing initiated a power base that generated Egypt's move toward a central government. So they're basically trying to say that the ledgers that one kept in writing taxes, they wanted to keep this from the citizens. See, they letting you know how the European think.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they would encode things and encrypt things or put it in a certain language so that the common masses won't get it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, but that wasn't the case with ancient Kemet. That's an assumption. You can assume that's what was done, but you can't say definitively that's what the ancient Kemites was demonstrating, because you wasn't there.
Right.
So it says, right from the start, I wish to make it clear that this is not a grammar, nor is this primer an attempt to reconstruct some kind of ancient primer. So they're saying that even this book, they wasn't even trying to do what we doing. We talking about the resurrection of the use of the language. That's not what this book is based on. But it is given certain keys in history here. It says, for the sake of simplicity and because grammatical analysis is not the primary purpose of this book, I have omitted references to grammatical sources from the lesson discussions. I suggest that the reader consider many useful grammar studies for late Egyptian and studies of student lessons. For more in-depth analysis, please consult the following publications. And so they begin to name a bibliography mentioning Comenius Ricardo, which is actually Tale of the Woe, Griffin Institute, Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, 1977. And a couple of more things written. Then it has some of Gardenia's transcription of the New Kingdom in the Hieratic, Glanville, Green Michael, a bunch of different books. I actually had downloaded some particular things with it. But this statement, as one gives all those sources, they come back and they say, we have no absolute way of knowing just how the Egyptians approached the training of their scribes. Now, we have our own methodology, which we do all the time, you know, but they saying that they have no idea, so to speak, you know, on how the Egyptians approached the training of their scribes. That being said, we can propose some likely ways that the ancient student may have been directed in learning the script. And more importantly, how following a system of memorized words, word groups, sentence patterns, and finally stylistic writing patterns, it says the modern Egyptology may be trained to write hieratic and manipulate the system to express his or her own thoughts.
Wow.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it says the key to a living language is to achieve the ability of self-expression within that writing system. And that's what we are actually doing in our own resurrection, you know, of utilizing the hieratic and so forth and so on.
Right.
So we are going through a vetting process, you know, and a scribe like the PostScribe. The PostScribe PDF was showing the skillful scribe, right?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
That's an example where you go into different symbols, you know, that are used in the hieroglyphs and the different, as they like to call it here, word patterns and, you know, sentence groups. We can see that available there. And
Right.
that has given us the opportunity to be able to use the hieratic,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in a way that we are able to use it now and identify it,
Right.
you know, and that's by hands-on, because it's only so many times that you're going to go over the hieratic before you start picking it up like we had,
right.
dealing with general alphabets, because we know most of the time when you see a indicator like this, or what they like to call a determinative, is really describing what has been said already.
Right.
But really the alphabet that we have to do the transliteration of the hieratic is all that we necessarily need. But these things here are supposed to give you an extra help to be able to see what's going on. But we have to take it with a grain of salt as well, so to speak, because we see that these people, they'll throw anything up there. You just go look at a few more, like up under those real quick.
Okay.
And see that there. Look at this here. I can't see it. Let me get this off of the screen real quick. Okay. Peace to all our family that's actually tapping in. Our family said it sound like legalese. Yeah, that's about what they did. Yeah, the same thing they demonstrated in legalese. They trying to say that that's how it was demonstrated in Kemet, but you know, that's just an assumption. Let me see here. I'm just trying to remove this statement real quick so we can see what you're sharing and it don't block it. Okay. Okay, there we go, right there. So there we go. So now let me expand my screen so I can see again. So you see the one, go back up above that one, Sister Curta Bay? Because I want to see, yeah. See how different that is?
Right.
From all them other symbols?
Uh-huh.
You can't have it all of these ways, fam. So
Right.
that's why I say, you know, we see what they saying now. Go all the way down. Go down to the one up under. Not even returning back to the original symbol. If you ask me, and they saying that these things are coming out of certain papyri.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're saying. These are the papyri they found it in a certain dynasty, right?
Uh-huh.
Just because they found it in a certain dynasty don't mean that its timeline was from that dynasty necessarily.
Right.
Because it could have been more ancient. It could have been from the old kingdom too.
Right.
They just found it in that dynasty. And that's the way that Europeans try to chop up their timeline. You know, they basically, okay, well, this letter right here is in this particular time. We found this papyri here, so we're going to date it to the 19th dynasty. But just because you found it in the 19th dynasty don't mean that it came from the 19th dynasty. It could have came from the 4th dynasty. It could have came from the 3rd dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So go up under that one again. The next one up under that.
Okay.
Right?
This one right
for
here.
those who are looking, this is not an alphabet. These are actually what they like to call them determinatives. We call them indicators, family. You know, these are heratograms. So go back up to one above that.
This one here?
Yeah, look at that. All these different symbols, right? In different dynasties, and they are saying that they represent the same letter. You see? We found it in the 20th dynasty. It's totally different from everything else. Now keep scrolling down a little bit more so they can see the rest that's coming behind it. Is that the end?
Yeah, that's the end. That's the end. But this here, what the European got right there.
And that's during the Greco-Roman period. It don't look nothing like it, but they reaching. Right. They reaching, family. So, you know, that's why I said, and so now that we know that this is V33, you know, so it will be accurately stated. Go to molar, to the molar tool. You got your molar tool, old Sister Curta Bay? We want you to type in V33. The same thing that you was able to do there.
Islam,
Brother Marvin Edward Bay.
May I interject?
Yeah, you can interject. Go ahead, brother. While she finding the molar.
Yeah, you know that's making perfect sense what you're saying about them saying it's in a particular dynasty, but you can see it's not the same expression. The letter alphabet. So it actually looks like biliteral. You know what I mean, or even a triliteral.
Yeah, well, anytime you're dealing with these symbols like this, that's what it mostly is. When you're dealing with what they call a determinative,
right?
What we call indicators. Right. Basically, that's exactly what they are.
Yes, sir.
Most of them are biliterals and triliterals. That's why it's not one alphabet, like I was saying a few minutes ago. You see what I'm saying?
It's not.
Right. So now, if you open this up, we can see where this came from, because we know that the molar tool was created by the same people who created the Arku tool, right? No problem with that right there, right? But if you notice here, this is Dynasty 5, right?
Oh, yeah. Right there, yeah.
And I'm gonna take you back to the Arku tool, right? Dynasty 5, they had the same, what's supposed to be the same symbol, the bag, right? Then they have all of these different measures here, and if you open up a little bit, can you see what dynasty is saying those alphabets at the end are, Sister Curta Bay?
Over here?
Right there. Is it showing the dynasty?
No, I don't think it is. I can't.
Yeah, it's not saying. The dynasty is actually in the beginning. You done went out.
Yeah, I went to.
Yeah, you done opened up and went into, you done hit it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it, see.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
So it's good right there, but
yeah, I don't see it. It ain't saying a dynasty.
The dynasty is mentioned at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I was just trying to see if they tried to take that through different dynasties. Actually, that would be the different papyri. If you were to read it at the top, the original molar tool is telling you where it's coming from.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? We can't see it because it's cropped out. Now, if you click on that, hit that again. The one up top, like you went into it. Yeah, hit it again. Now scroll down so we can see it, because we can't see it. It's at the top of your screen. That's where it has it at. So just scroll to the actual thing, the document. You can scroll it. You can pull it up and down. You should be able to. See that little bar on the side right there next to the ruler looking thing?
Right here.
Next to the ruler. You see the ruler?
Oh.
Yeah, it's now go take it smaller, not going out. You can actually see it over there. See the plus sign and the minus sign?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Make it smaller.
Make it smaller. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now see there's a bar. Go back over there where the ruler was.
Okay.
See at the bottom of the screen that white bar right there?
Right here.
It's next to it. Go right there. Try to see if you can pull it. Go back again. That white bar right there. Not there. Go to the white bar. Right there. See if you can move that.
Up and down.
See if it will let you move it. Up and down. Okay, hit it again. Take it back out. Make it smaller. Oh, I'm trying to get you to get to the top of that document.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So I can
yeah.
see what's at the top of it. Or is it the black bar that's right there? You should be able to scroll that down.
Maybe if you go in the middle of it and then just try to drag it up.
Try to pull it. Yeah, yeah. See, can you drag it with your hand? Go to the middle of the document, Sister Curtis Bay, and see if you can move it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, but it's moving the whole thing. Oh, it's still moving. Take it down some more. Keep going. Do it all the way till you get to the top of the book. But you're gonna have to minimize that too in a second.
And that's the top right there.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's loading. It's loading still.
You're almost there. Pull it down some more.
Oh,
now you see what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Now expand that while it's showing right there. Now that's a different alphabet. You know, that's a different hierarchogram. Pull it down again. So scroll it down. Okay, there you go. If you can keep that, blow it up, but then keep that pull it down like that, blow it up again. And if you have to, just pull it down when you get it up. Pull it down. See, you hitting it. You got
what does that symbol underneath the plus and the minus sign does? Does that make it bigger?
That expand it and everything, but that's good right there, Sister Curtis Bay.
That's my son helping me now.
Okay,
that's how they got nervous.
Okay, hit that magnifying glass down there up under that and see what happens. See it right down there in the white field? Right there. See what happens if you hit that.
Okay.
I think it might give you a blowed up version. Yeah. Now expand that window right there, beloved brother. At the bottom corner right there.
Right here?
Yeah, right there. Expand that. Because that's going to blow it up. There you go. Now, what I'm trying to show here, now you got command over that actual paper. You can go back down to it in a minute. But notice you have hieroglyph, right? It says in the top of the document, Abu Sir, LF15, Hatnu, Presi, Papyri. You know, this is actually showing you the different papyri here, right?
Right.
So now, 515. If you look at the 515, which is what we're looking at, they call it a bag.
Right here.
If you go into the 11 papyri, you can see the symbol, which is still a reach. You see it right there, 11 at the top.
11.
Where?
You see it?
All the way at the top.
Right here.
No. The word.
Yeah, you got the headers up top to tell you exactly what column is.
Right here.
Yeah. Okay, so you see down there, when you go back down to the letter, the hierarchogram, go back to the letter, right down, straight down, right there. Right. So they're saying that this is coming out of 11 papyri, right?
Oh, okay. I got you.
Right. So now let's go over here to the next column where it says Pris papyri.
Right. Right
up
here.
the top, go to the top.
Okay.
That's it, right? Now go down to the letter, back where you was.
Down here.
So we can see that's the same as the letter that's in the 11. But again, you know, I still say it's a reach from the symbol, but we see what's going on. So we see the markers. This is a clear thing to show you that these people have created their own measure. So again, they hid all of this writing here, so to speak, in hieratic up under the symbols. Now go to the Bulak, and this is actually saying 18, which would probably be 18th dynasty that they found this in. We can see that ain't nothing like what we just seen, though.
Right.
You can see the total difference between these hieroglyphs and the ones that you just seen on the 11 and the Prissy, right?
Right.
Then when you go to what is called the math papyri,
right here.
Yeah, which would most likely deal with the what you call it? It's on the tip of my tongue. The Rhine papyri, Rhine mathematic papyri is what they probably referring to. So this is where they end, you know, these particular letters. You know what I mean? So this is what I wanted to show. We have to be really careful, look out, because these are the symbols that are totally different. They can be something else.
Right.
But again, we have to take it with a grain of salt.
That's
You
right.
know, and so when you find things, you know, you just have to keep that in mind, you know, and then you can move forward a little better, so to speak.
Right.
Because some of these things can very well be more erroneous than you think, but this is the system that they have put together, so they continue to go with the narrative that they push. Now,
Mm-hmm.
when you look at that particular expression they have in 517, for example, you can see a consistency moving throughout the different papyri.
Right.
You know, but it don't necessarily mean when you find that papyri just because it was found in Elephantine or it was found in Hutnub or where it was found at,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't necessarily mean that that papyri was from that dynasty. It was just found in that place.
Okay.
You
Okay.
see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what's been going on. So we have to be careful, you know, and that's why I don't like to get caught up in that Gregorian timeline and the way that they demonstrate things. We're only going off of what's given.
Right.
Mashallah, as things unfold, we'll be able to bring a better system of producing these things and put these things in the proper context, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, these are issues that will become problematic if one ain't careful. Now, go back to your Akutu. Now you know how to expand a lot of this stuff here if we have to. You know, that's a good thing too. Along the way, that we can bring clarity to the audience because we want them to be able to see what it is that we demonstrate. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You just open your old tab back up.
Okay. What did I close this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bear with me, y'all. This is. Let me see. You say pull back the coup.
Yeah, go back to your Aku.
Okay. Let me
Yeah.
get out of here. Okay, right here.
Yeah, and go back to the V33.
Okay.
You can actually type it in, probably.
Yeah, I'll type it in V.
Yeah, and so what we can say definitively is that it is found under the V33.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You got to put that in.
So the G demonstration that they got going on, that's probably under somebody else's system in the way that they are coding this measure. But we can't see it here. But even under these are Gardenia sign lists right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's not saying G right here. You know, so where they put that from, I don't know, but I did see some errors in my transliterations in some of the dictionary. So if you got that from the dictionary, that G,
Uh-huh.
you know, it's possibly that was the error of the author of whoever was putting that Unicode there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I got that from that papyrus that I had. Yeah, that's what they were saying that
Yeah.
was. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and that's their transliteration. The same thing I had gave y'all to look at. So
Right.
that's something to really look into as well.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because even when I dealt with, you know, we were dealing with our transliteration of the papyri, I had to go and correct some things and put the proper Unicode on there where
Right.
they had put some things out of there. And that can happen. That's
Uh-huh.
a possibility. Just like you have errors, you know, typo errors or typographical errors, and then somebody not really fully familiar with these things, we're going to run into that from time to time.
Right.
You know, expect it, you know, but when you see it, you can possibly correct it.
Uh-huh.
If you know and know that's this Unicode.
Right.
You know I mean, you can't correct the document, but you can correct it in your notes.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. And that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
So when you run across that, it ain't got nothing to do with you. It's all about the individual that may have made that mistake, and how you gonna be able to see it is by going just like we did,
right,
vetting it out, and then we see, okay, this is what it really is right here. So we can say it's V33.
Okay. So you want me to go back to my original?
Yeah, well, what you can do now is go back to the Molitude version where you were showing the V33 in the bag, and you know where it actually has the letters.
Go back to my assignment.
Well, your Molitude, yeah, you can go to your assignment because you actually had it there. So that way you ain't got to open it up.
Okay.
So right here, yeah, just blow that up a little bit.
Blow this up. See right
Uh-huh.
here. And
So
let me take
now,
it back to the big one.
yeah, expand it a little bit.
Yeah. So y'all can
Okay,
see.
so now that you have it expand, now we are looking at the actual transliteration, which is MRA,
Mm-hmm.
like mirror looks like, and then you have SETI.
Set
So
that.
they are basically given the implication that, you know, this is expressed through both ways,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then actually that's different part itself, but it's dealing with the V33. I see the link, the tie to it.
Right.
See how they have it up there? But the actual demonstration on the bottom with V33 is up under that.
Uh-huh.
So Araf, you know, is the actual exact one for that particular expression according to the molar tool.
Right.
And the other ones is something totally different because you can see the symbol is different.
Right.
The
Yeah.
Unicode is linked to it, but the symbol is different.
Right.
You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And then they saying that's from the 26th dynasty, which is around the time when you get up into, you know, the approach of the Greco-Roman period and all of that. So
Right, right. And that's why I put that one on there, because I wanted you to see it, and I wanted you to help me with it, because like you said, this that is different from this down here. It don't
and
look
that
like.
can actually be a new sign that was created, you know, like I say, during that special time, you know, evolving later.
Right.
You know, because a lot of the Ptolemy stuff, they'll tell you some of that stuff come from the Greco-Roman period too. So yeah, you did a good job, you know, of trying to go into it. But that's good. You was able to do that because now we was able to bring this out to our family.
Right.
You're gonna run into some things like that, you know, and it's making us more familiar too with these things so that when we come across them, we can recognize them. Islam.
Right. Islam. I tell you, yeah. So, well, I had that wrote in up there. I was talking about that was the issue I was having, and then we already went over this one.
Yeah, and for them saying that's a letter G, we already know how the letter G look, and that is not nowhere
Right.
in the determinative. Well, it's in the determinative. It's nowhere in the actual alphabetical system as being a G.
And
So it's
then this.
B33, even in the dictionary we see right there. See?
Right, yeah,
So
that's coming from our ancient Egyptian dictionary, and
right.
you see it over there.
Yep, and there it is again. Like I said, Adderf.
Yeah, Arif. They saying it's a bag and it's a
Yeah.
noun.
Right. So
Yeah,
that's powerful.
yeah.
So we give honors to you, sis, because that it was meant for you to do that, for us to bring that out to the people.
I know that's right. I looked at it and I worked on it, and I said, well, when I get in class, they just gonna have to help me. I got all my brothers and sisters right there with me.
Oh yeah, you know, yeah.
And
A
then the
lot of
next,
the ancestors work in mysterious ways.
I know that's right.
You
And
know,
then the next
but
one
look at that.
I did this one here.
That's the little sparrow again, right? But
Yeah.
but look
That's
at
him.
that. Look at that. Look at comparing them to the heratograms, man. Come on. Why, people? Why? You know good and well that bird don't look nothing like damn one of them things up there. But we ain't gonna get into it. We already know what it is. Goodness gracious.
He don't. And,
Yeah,
but they are saying that this is the family. You can see that's it right here in the papyrus, and you can see it up here, and you see the that's the one what I think look more like it than here, right here. But they are saying that's G37. They are saying that can be NDS, and see that's what be throwing me off.
yeah, because that's still considered the term. It's not an alphabet that will be found in the hieratic,
Right.
24 alphabet. So that is considered
That's determinative.
Yeah, it's considered a determinative of what we call indicators.
Right. And so, yeah, and then you had the SR, and then we got the little sparrow, but we're dealing with the G37. The bird. Okay. And Then this this is the way it, this is the way it looked in the 18th dynasty. That's the closest one I could see. This
Yeah.
here looks similar. I was trying to show the similarities.
Who they got a lot of changes in the 18th dynasty.
Yeah,
None of them don't look alike.
Look at it. I just did them three, to try to show y'all the difference, how it changed.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Shit.
And we give honors to the brother for trying to put this stuff together. But see, like there it is right there. Now they putting WGG up here.
Yeah.
For them symbols. Where they getting that GG from? I have no idea.
And see, that's what threw me off, because they was. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Go back to the V33 in your multitude, and I'm gonna see something. I still can't see where they getting this G from.
V33.
Yeah, I'm talking about you in the multitude right now, right? No, that's your.
Yeah, this my
actual multitude.
Okay, let me
go to V33. I want to see that they even put the G anywhere in there. Because sometimes when you scroll up and down in the multitude, it'll have it there. But I'm still not getting where they're getting the G from, because that symbol don't correspond to even that particular. No, not there, not your Aku.
Oh, you say the multitude.
Yeah, your multitude.
Okay, let me see who it is. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, right there. Okay, so now go to V33. And I want you to scroll down so I can see everything that's there.
Okay, V33.
Okay.
It's search.
Okay, and expand your window real quick.
4 hits. Okay.
Okay, now, scroll up and down the screen. Let me see if they actually have a G up in here. Because if it's there, it's gonna be up here. They'll have a G here. Go ahead again. Scroll. That's the end of it.
Yeah, it didn't. I didn't have 4 hits on there.
Yeah. So we got to kind of, look at that symbol. They saying it's a G, but personally, I would actually say it is Adept.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Instead of that right there.
Adept.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Adept twice.
Okay.
Go back to where you just was with your dictionary on your lesson. Now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not there in the multitude.
Right.
So it's almost like somebody just created something in this dictionary. That's Vigus too.
Right.
So we got to look at that. And maybe it's the Vigus dictionary itself was being thrown up, because I had some problems in my even though Vigus has more extensive words. You can go back to right there where you was at top. He was at the top earlier. Scroll back to the top of that document where you was. Go back.
Right this way?
Yeah, back that way.
And
all the way to where you was. And you were showing us. Go ahead. Scroll it. Yeah, go ahead. Right there. Now expand it.
Okay, yeah, let me make it bigger back to
so we can see, like I said, that
right
and
there.
they're calling that WGG. The word don't look right to me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, and they saying it's a determinative according to my the papyrus that I got from. They saying that's a determinative, but they calling it WGG, and I didn't understand that.
Yeah, see, they putting it into a whole word. That would be an error. It is a determinative, and
right?
The determinative is the symbol itself, But then they throwing you off. Cause look at this here. Let's point it out like this. The determinative on the end here, they got the little sparrow, right?
Right. There you go. Right there.
So the actual WGG they saying is the bird. They'll tell you that's the W. Mm-hmm. And then they trying to say these two bags represent GG, but it's actually Adept.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because my determinative say what was it? A.R. or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's A.R.F.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then they saying that little chick is the W.
Because they're gonna have to show us where they get that G from.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now if they done went and did something else, if they done went and did something else, I'm gonna see myself if they done tried to mix in the proto-Canaanite. Yeah. Let's see here. And I like what the human thought put there. Human thought said, you know, the bag linen and the bag versus the paper carrier are two different thoughts. Yeah, you're right. Human thought. You know, that's what we're getting at right here. And so that's why I'm saying we got to really vet these things out. And just when I talk to these brothers, you know, and I'm telling them we need to transliterate our own and go back and vet it rather than just depending on their thoughts. The European thought, they think somebody getting racist or something. No, we saying that we need to have our own transliteration.
Right.
Stop being lazy if you're a real comedic scholar, as you claim to be, and do the work.
Right.
That's what we doing over here.
That's what we doing.
Do the work.
I stayed up half the night trying to get this stuff.
If you don't want to do the work, then don't say nothing to us about what we're doing, because we're going to keep working over here.
So I got a quick question.
Go ahead, Brother Marvin.
Yeah, where did Dr. Dendrania Curtis Bay get that original G transliteration?
She got it from the Vegas dictionary, because it's showing right there, showing GG.
What you said is R.
Yeah, it's E.A.R.S. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what he
when
just
we
said.
look at it everywhere across the board, it's coming up as E.A.R.S. So that's why I'm saying the people, because even when I did my transliteration, I had to correct some things a while back in the Vegas. You know what I mean? I had to correct some things.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to pull up right now on my screen, I'm actually trying to pull up the Proto-Canaanite alphabet. I got it right here because they actually have that symbol in their alphabet.
Because Brother
Egyptian demonstration, but it's in the Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinaitic. So I'm wondering if they done tried to mix that alphabet in that particular drawing with this. But
this is the ancient dictionary, Brother Edwards Bay. That's what this is.
So that ain't the Vegas, it's the ancient
dictionary. Right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I wanted to know where did she originally get just a G?
Yeah, I thought that was Vegas. So that is
the ancient. This is the ancient dictionary.
What I'm saying,
right here.
I think Islam more. I think the original G came directly from that papyri that already had the breakdown. They had it.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Oh, okay, yeah. It come from that, God, man. I misunderstood your question. Yeah.
Right. Which
and I forgot to put that up.
Gratitude, man. That's the Secretary of State.
Islam, which we can see that G in comparison, we're trying to show you where they actually have in the dictionaries. This is what has to be pointed out, family. In the dictionaries, based on the way that people are transliterating these things in their dictionary, that's the Unicode that they are using. So, for example, if one used Vegas and not the ancient Egyptian dictionary, you may have two different expressions because these two different authors. You see what I'm saying? Where they drawing from. And that's why I'm saying some of these things we will have to correct along the way.
Right.
And now I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Do you want me to stop sharing mine?
Yeah, you're all right. You're all right. Thank you, Sister Curtis Bay.
I'm okay. You want me to stop sharing mine?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you good. You can stop sharing.
Okay. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me I get out of here. Oh Lord.
Take your time. We ain't in no rush.
Hit exit.
Good job, sis.
Oh, okay. Woo. Good gracious.
No, you're all right. You're all right. You know, that was necessary.
Okay.
Necessary. So let me share the screen right here real quick.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go here. And here we go right here, right? This is actually the S is what they're using. You know, these are the symbols that they use in the Canaanite. So this is used as an alphabet in the amount of alphabets here in the Canaanite, right? This is what my emphasis was here, right? But now let's pull up this. Watch this. I'm just pulling up a random alphabet.
Right.
I'm showing you why this can't be, which y'all already know, but I want to show this to the audience. Okay. I'm going to show you why this can't be what they're saying it is. First and foremost, you got to show us a G in the Egyptian alphabet that is expressed the way that they're expressing it.
Right.
These are the main determinatives. Not determinative, but these are the main, well, they are to a certain degree, but these are the main alphabets that they claim to be alphabets. This is the letter G right here, family.
Right.
That is not the letter G. That other thing, that's a determinative. So my thing is where they get it from. Here's another alphabet chart. They would claim that is alphabet. You see G is still the same. You know, you see G is still the same.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You see G is still the same. Unless they are drawing from somebody else, maybe in they could be drawing from a Russian source or what you call it, a British source.
Oh, okay.
That may be a chart, I don't know. But I know in the main charts that we see, family, all the ones we normally see,
right,
the letter G is basically the same. We don't see that bag that they're talking about.
Right.
Amid these alphabets. That's my emphasis of what I'm saying.
Right.
I know it's not considered. So that is a determinative or indicator that they have put up there. And we want to point these things out.
Right.
But just because they say that's what it is, don't mean that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I can accept that because I know they ain't did everything like they were supposed to. Islam?
Yeah. In that transliteration of the WGG, so that particular determinative isn't even expressed in that particular.
That's what I'm trying to say. And that's why it's Adeptus, because it's not a single alphabet. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm driving home right now. We want to make sure we show that because that's an error.
Yeah.
You know, in my eyes, as far as what I can see, because it's not an alphabet. It's a determinative indicator.
Right.
You know, even Ray Charles can see that right there.
Glad I had it muted.
Look at this here. Now look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Listen to the family in the box. Human thoughts say if the language is interpreted wrong, then you know the way of life was interpreted wrong. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. You right.
That's right.
That's powerful, but that's key. Yep.
That's very key.
You know what I'm
saying? That's exactly what we're trying to say. That's why we got the vetting.
That's right.
You know, and then even when they said it here, remember in the hieratic primer, remember what they said? They said basically a system of memorized words following this now, word group, sentence patterns, and finally stylistic writing patterns. The modern student of Egyptology may be trained to write hieratic and manipulate the system to express his or her own thoughts, right? But the thing is, we have the vetting system by finding strong words. And that's how we can be assured that we at least guiding the people in the right direction. Because if we understand a word that goes all the way across the spectrum of languages, in the Arabic, in the Hebrew, and the Egyptian, it's safe to accept that in our lexicon as being exactly what it is. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to where when you look at what they saying, you just take it and run with it because they said it, you may not be moving in the right direction. You know, and so it also said the key to a living language is to achieve the ability of self-expression within that writing system. And in resurrecting the language, that's what we're going to have to do as well. You know, some of them words we're going to actually have to lead to the wayside if they obscurity in them like this. You know what I mean? We won't adopt them into our lexicon if they are questionable like that. So this is all a part of the process, though. So Islam, that's a powerful measure, Sister Curta Bay. And see, this is what happens. Even though you may have thought that I didn't do everything, no, you did just what you were supposed to do. We were meant to have this conversation.
Right.
So moving forward, when you go to doing things, you'll see, and then it'll make you now look for, well, let me see what the correct thing is here.
Right.
Because I can see that this ain't lining up with that, and that ain't lining up with this. And then you'll come up with your answer. And then you can bring that back to the scribe and say, I found this right here, family.
Right.
You know, and it wasn't saying this here, and this is what it said. And then most of the time, though, we go with the mole and the aku, it's pretty more accurate to a certain degree. If it ain't there, they ain't gonna add it in there most cases from what I'm seeing.
Right.
But we can't say the same about these dictionaries, because you got to remember, some people gonna be transliterating from E.A.R.S Buzz dictionary. Some people gonna be transliterating from Dixon dictionary. Some people gonna be transliterating from the Vigus dictionary. Some people gonna be transliterating from James P. Allen dictionary, which is the most modern one that they like to use now. It's all different types of dictionaries.
Oh, okay.
Everybody is expressing, you know, the writing in a different way. As long as we keep that in mind, that's why I gave our people a variety of choices to deal with the dictionary. Because when you see something, if you understand sound shifting, you can use either one of them and say, okay, that KH was really the letter X here. That's why they use X here instead of KH. You see what I'm saying? It's still Keti, but it's with the X. It ain't Xy, it's Keti. You see what I'm saying? So that's where your sound shifting rules apply at.
Right.
In fact, if you have to, that's another thing when coming to that. If you have to, dealing with the sound shifting expressions, go back to our brother, the brother's work, Mustafa Gadala. He actually has it on page 166. He has all of the sound shifting here. He shows how the G becomes the K and the X, and then the GH and the G. Then he shows the K, how it goes into the single K without the KH, and then go back to KH. Then he shows how T is often sound shifted into TH, T into thin. Then that D is interchangeable with the T, so you'll see DH. You know,
now, is that coming from the Egyptian hieroglyphic metaphysic language, Dr. Shaheed?
Well, that's coming from the ancient Egyptian universal writing mode, page 166.
Oh, okay. I ain't got that one.
So he's showing you all the sound shifting here. How P becomes F, or it can be seen as PH or BH. Or just B and P. Then he shows how M actually is basically changed into B. It's like they speak of the murmur people in the E.A.R.S Buzz dictionary. Murmur as a people. But then if you go into a modern expression, that M changed to B, we can see it as Berber.
Right.
Even though the Arabs come up with that particular version of it, murmur, you know, was the original. See what I'm saying? Murmur. That's MER. You see? So then it says like D again is changeable with T. K is interchangeable with C. Just why you have it as, instead of ABC in the abjad, it's ABG. You know, or sometimes you'll see ABK. You see what I'm saying? And then the rest of them pretty much are the same until you get down to W. And I see right here where they actually saying W may be G, TH, and may be F. You know, W may be V as well. And a W is composed of two V's, really. If you ever looked at it. You know? So that's why V and W is often interchangeable.
Right, V and W.
And they call it vol or wall.
Right.
So I'll show it to you right here. This is a prime example going back to the alphabet I was showing. The Proto-Canaanite. You can see my screen, right?
Right. Yeah, it's changing.
Okay. So see here, wall. In certain aspects, you will see this in what they would call modern Hebrew. Watch this. this is just showing you across the spectrum of how this thing changed. See how that same expression here, it has become vol. See, it's vol here.
Right.
Let's hit a few of them and see. Okay. You know, so there it is again, right there, vol, right? Same thing, right? Now in this one, you actually, let me blow that up. In this one, you can see it. It's wall now. You see what I'm saying?
Wall as in way.
Right. See vol? It's blurry, but that's vol with the V.
Right.
And that's the other one was W. So I'm showing you how, you know, this sound shifting thing goes. You know, when you deal with things, once you have that knowledge down, you can use any dictionary you want to. Right. Because you understand the process of sound shifting. We just have to keep that in mind as a rule when we are researching different things. See what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, and then also again know the difference between determinatives and what is actual alphabet.
Right.
You know, that part definitely don't change.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Run into.
Right. So if we were going to the original, dealing with the same alphabet, you know, they would call this Paleo Hebrew, but we see it actually evolved from, you know, this particular symbol in Kemet as well, because that's what we did. We put the symbols there. Right. Now, this is actually, to be frank with you, this concept of alphabets being represented by these pictures actually come from the Canaanite. And so when the European come later, they tried to use this same methodology to create the Egyptian measure in the same way, and it wasn't meant to be that way. The Egyptian is metaphysical. Right. The Canaanite made an alphabet system out of this. You see what I'm saying? Also, the Meroitic writings were made as an alphabetic system out of symbols, but the ancient Egyptian was always metaphysical. Because we can see that this is the actual alphabet chart. Right. This is the alphabet chart that was created with actual alphabets on the side. But you will not find in the ancient Egyptian alphabetical chart that predates the chart Champollion has. If you can't find that, that will be the original source material. Then you can say that the ancient Egyptians use pictures, you know, as alphabet. But then you got to say, well, how is that possible? Right. When you got over 700 signs that were used just during that time. How you gonna make sense out of that? The alphabet system in at mostly 26 or 28 letters. Right. So how you gonna make sense out of, oh, well, the rest of them determined, we just chose a few of them. Well, you got to prove that the ancient Egyptians did that. That's right. If you can't prove that they did that, then you just demonstrate conjecture. And you have to go back and say, no, this alphabetical chart was created by Champollion during the time of the Ptolemies. Which means, like the brother said it, we're going to put his post back up here again. We're going to put it up here again. Human thought. If the language was interpreted wrong, you know the way of life was interpreted wrong. You know what I mean? So it don't get no plainer than that. Is Lord. Show me the alphabet chart. Show me. That was created by the ancient Egyptians. Because I just showed you the one that was created by the Canaanites. That's right. We can show you the one that was created by the Meroitic Empire. But show me one the ancient Egyptian. I don't want to see Ptolemy chart. Show me one the ancient Egyptian produced. And I can rock with you then. If you can't do that right there, you in trouble. That's right. That's all right.
That's a paradigm shift right there.
I tell you, it don't get no plainer than that.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, if you don't, if they can't understand that, then you got to be crazy as a Betsy bug. And we hope that ain't the case. So it's long.
Yeah, that's just a misdirected thought pattern or whatever. You know what I mean? Because
that wrong can't be wrong mindset. Wrong can't be wrong.
Yeah, if you're thinking like that, you know you're off the chart.
Yeah, you out there. We ain't scared to question them. Like I ain't scared of you.
You say you burn up from the start, Dr. Shaheen.
You hear me? It's
That's right.
without the schism. So, man, I'm loving this one here. Let me go on. We know the Moors fired up now. All right, who, Grand National Secretary of State, ain't you coming for?
I guess I am. Yes, sir.
Islamism, gratitude, scribe.
Grand measure. Praise Allah. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Oh boy, what? Hold on a second. Let me try it again. They always got to be changing stuff.
Goodness gracious. You see
what they tell you. And plus, before I got the podium, my internet was acting crazy. I'm like, look, ain't nobody got time for this.
See, there we go again. Them people, boy, they better stop it.
They better stop. Islam Moorish Ken. First of all, can you see my screen?
Oh yeah, we can see it. I'm expanding on my end so I can see it better. But yeah, we see it.
Okay.
You might want to hit your that little box up there though, where it just open it all the way up in the right corner of the top next to the X.
This one?
Yeah, just to expand it wider.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That way everybody can really see.
All right. I went to the subhanallah Moors. First of all, I want to rise giving praises to Allah, honor to our prophet, honor to our E.A.R.S class and all those Moors that open up the way. Also to our host instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shedo Amenti El Mohedjid Shepsuel. Gratitude and honor to our panel and also our family that's online. Gratitude, Dr. Dendra. And I went to the papyri in reference to the warning about women. And I went to line 2. And this is the segment of the line 2. Okay. Now, what I did was when they had the breakdown, like for instance, they had the symbol of the reed, and this is the letter, and they're saying J. I went with the Unicode first, as Dr. Dendra did. They have it as M17, dealing with gardenia. So M17, they're coming up with I as opposed to J. Well, we know deal with sound shifting. I, Y, and J, is the degree. So there's a copy of the reed right there. And this is what the actual hieratogram is. Then I went to a coup, plugged in the M17, and it comes up with the plant, the reed, or panicle of reeds. And I didn't really go into all of the dynasties, just maybe a line or two. And did pull from the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, page 1, which had M17 Unicode, again showing the reed, and it had I, and Yod. Now, and I basically went through the entire line from right to left. They had combined JR, so I went with the Unicode D25, as you can see. D25. Now they came up with this word SPTY. And when it came down to the transliteration, I also looked up the SPTY as well. In the Akud tool, it came up parts of the human body, mouth. This is how it looked during the 12th dynasty. And yeah, I did look up that SPTY, and it's still dealing with the mouth area, wound, or jar. But it had some other Unicodes along with it. I did not see that singled out.
Yeah, Septi.
Septi. Praise Allah. Next one dealing with, they had 2 Unicodes coming from Gardenia. And we see the M and R. We see the M and R. And I went to, now, D25 is also, if you see, it's got the hieratic number from molar of 92. analogous with D25, and that's the septi as well. And then I went to that 465 because it also had the molar tool of 465. Now this hieroglyph number and Unicode was the U6 and U7, but you see the what looks like an A symbol there. And we, of course, recognize that MR. That's us. And here's the septi again. Hold on one second, Morris. Islam, y'all, can you go to the, thank you, gratitude. Okay, so ancient Egyptian dictionary, I pulled the MR where they had for pyramid, and then they also had, well, the I after it, which is love, want, wish, desire. And you see the two symbols there, but it's got the additional determinative or what have you. Ah, there he is. Now they had this determinative under Gardenia's A2 for the Unicode. There it is. And you also see they have the word Winem, Mari. Pulled up a coup. The A2 Unicode showing the men and anthropomorphic gods with the hand on the mouth. Old Kingdom, 5th Dynasty, and the 6th Dynasty. This is what it looks like as far as the hieratic-gram is concerned. Now, this symbol, it's got Gardenia's V31, which I did look up, and it's got the K similar to that. And you see it's also in conjunction with that molar 511 hieratic number. And there's the anaglyph. And I just did, this one is kind of filled in, and this one is more of an empty demonstration. And in a coup, V31 Unicode, ropes, fibers, baskets, bag. Here's what it looks like in the 5th Dynasty as far as a hieratogram. And another shot, 5th Dynasty, under that leadership. And going to the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, we see this symbol again. It agrees with the V31 Unicode coming up with the K. Then it has the S, Gardenia S29. Coup tools. I think they meant, oh, this is in German. Sorry about that, Morris. Woo. That one, I had two cool tools up. One was all German, which wanted to act crazy, and then I had the English one. So this is the German. I'm looking at that. This is staff, okay, and 4th Dynasty and 5th Dynasty as far as what it looks like. Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, you see that, and here's the other symbol for it, the S29, which is following suit. Then we've got the Wa, which to me, according to the anaglyph, looks like almost like a hangman's noose. You see the Unicode V4, and this is the actual hieratogram. And here, pulling up V4 in the database, we see that here. And it agrees as far as the word Wa. V4 again, rope and string. There were some duplicates in this line that I pulled as well, the 5th and 6th Dynasty. And when I went to the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, Wa, it has it listed as fall into a condition. Here we see the A or A. Gardenia's G1 is the Unicode, and it's also showing the molar 192 hieratic number, and it's in agreement with the A. Again, their category under Aku, birds of prey, Egyptian vulture, 5th Dynasty, and it has G1 as the A, which they have over here as the left. This looking like the twisted rope for the H. V28 Unicode. You see,
Grand Secretary of State. Go back to that other you just showed.
Yes,
it's
sir.
very important that they get that.
Okay.
What you just showed right there.
Uh-huh.
Notice what they call the A left.
Yes.
Now y'all know where that come from, right? That comes from the Proto-Canaanite.
Praise the Lord.
Because normally they would say A is I in the ancient Egyptian. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they see it right there. They actually have it here in the German expression. Right?
Uh-huh.
But right here, they actually put the sound from the Canaanite expression. So this is what I'll be talking about right here. So you can see where they were actually implementing, language from the actual Canaanite, because Aleph, which is actually in Arabic, it becomes Aleph. When you sound shift the P and the H and the E, you have A-L-I-F, Aleph.
And that's that single stroke.
Yep.
And if I had nothing from Arabic, I got that single stroke.
Right. So you know exactly where I'm coming from.
Islam.
And so in other dictionary, you're gonna most likely see G1 expressed as This is how they would say that was expressed. But here we done seen a dead giveaway in an Egyptian dictionary. That's why I was saying it. And nothing wrong with that, because that's similar to what we're talking about when we talk about strong words.
Islam.
You see what I'm saying? It goes to show that the languages are interconnected. And if we go through the languages themselves, this is the best way we can vet, these words. Islam.
Praise Allah.
You're doing good too, grandson. We can't wait to see your transliteration. Islam.
Praise Allah. I'm gonna try to pick up the speed too. The V28, we see that twisted rope anaglyph dealing with the H, and here's the actual hieradogram. And the Akutul wick, or ropes, fibers, and baskets, the Old Kingdom and the 5th Dynasty. Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, it's got this symbol for Unicode V28, again with the H, with the dotted H. Determinative is showing up with Unicode V29, where they have wa ske hesir. But you see, this matches up there, and this is the actual hieradogram. Akutul, coming from 6th Dynasty, this is what it looks like in the 9th and 10th dynasties, these particular degrees. Now, with the Unicode V29, you can see, now this one, they have it single but it has C entries under WAH. So that's why I did the whole list of the WAH, where it's speaking about set down, lay down, to apply. Then it has leave aside, overlook, ignore. So I used some of those definitions when it came down to the translation. And then I also be kindly and benevolence. I pulled some from that as well. They saying this is a determinative, and Unicode is Y1. The Medat here.
Yeah, that's Medjet.
Medjet.
Medjet. Yeah, Islam. And
that D with the line.
Yep, the D with the line is DJ. Okay. That's Medjet. But that's the scroll too, by the way. So when we say Medjet, Medjet, there's a connection between that and like Medu Netta, what it's being written on. See where it says at the bottom, it says papyrus scroll, Islam.
Praise Allah. Gratitude. That's what I'm talking about. And you can see the forms of the hieradograms here in the various dynasties. This one, okay. Well, it had
Ken. Actually, the way it's being expressed here is actually being expressed as neck.
Neck.
Yeah, but see, I see it has it as see, they got it backwards here, like K. This is K in here, but here in the other area here, it says neck. So it's head, ket. I meant to say Kenton, Ken, as he would say Kenton.
Okay.
But on this one, it's saying neck. So I want to say that may be, an error on the person that was transcribing.
Okay.
See, you see the end would be that squiggly water thing. See what I'm saying? And then
Right.
the cat would be the other portion. So they got them reversed.
Praise the Lord. Yes.
Yeah, so it's actually neck.
Neck.
So, yeah,
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Gratitude. And then they just have the k here. Now they had this as AA1. And here's that other symbol. They did have unidentified characters. I'm like, well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, that's supposed to be the K again to them. That's if you go scroll it back up to your other thing, you can see, even though they put unidentified, see it right there.
Yes,
that's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't identify it in the our tool.
And we've seen this too, you know,
Yep.
in the alphabet. Yes.
Yep. The heretogram. That's correct.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we see the N35, which you were saying, National Assistant Grand Sheik, category sky, earth, water.
Mm-hmm.
And now for the HN, it's got several measures, and you see there's an additional symbol. Mm-hmm. Praise God, King. Yes, sir.
And notice, Grant said, it's good you got that there because this is a perfect example. Notice it's HN, right?
Right.
This is a prime example where we can point out too, as people can see over there where you have that little design, look the actual anaglyphs. If you look at it, you see the HN as they try to express it, but there's a symbol behind the HN. And that symbol behind the HN actually is HN, but as a determinative.
Islam.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then now when you say HNW, notice right there at the bottom, you see the chick behind it. You see? That's the W. You know what I mean? And then it goes into the other determinative at the end. Same thing beneath that. Another expression of the where it's saying Hindu, but it's actually the Hindu is expressed as the determinative, even though those two letters before it express it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
That's why I say really when we look at the letters, when we looking at it, you know, though we use, you know, the indicators or whatever, really the alphabet is gonna say what it's gonna say anyway.
Islam.
You know, them 24 alphabets gonna really say what's need to be said. Then we can chop up, you know, finding out what the determinative of the indicator is as well. And, you know, if one is looking to be helped in what it is they express. So it's just building methodology as we go along. I'm seeing all of this. Islam.
Praise the Lord. Islam.
Go ahead, Grand Secretary of State.
The Met we have is T34 Unicode. This was the combined T34, T35, still hooking up with the Met. A coup tool, knife, weapons and hunting tools, butchery and fishery, slaughter knives. And the kingdom, the dynasties, the first two dynasties they had listed. Now, again, the Met, they've got who with the question mark, slaughterhouse, dwarf. The only reason I put these there was because I wanted to reflect it. NM, go wrong of plans to rob with, steal with. But again, you know, it's got additional Unicodes with that. The M, G17 Unicode, similar. AL, reflective. The dynasties and the G17 reflecting M. The S, and see something, like I said, some of these things were duplicates. That to me looks more staff than fabric, folded piece of fabric. That's under Unicode S29. They've got the scroll here is the determinative using the Y1. A coup tool, papyri scroll, dynasties, and they have dealing with time, pulling out that Y1 Unicode. Egyptian dictionary. And again, you've seen that before. the HN, Anet. See these two, F26 Unicode. They've got it as RAM for per coup. And now in the ancient Egyptian dictionary one, it's got to lean on, rely on, trust in. Wet. I'll get these terminologies right. I don't have my paper in front of me right now. We're dealing with W24 Unicode. Again, unidentifiable, but we already went through that. Vessel, bulbous vessel, dynasties. And they're speaking about a pattern or model, subject lands, gifts from palace, etc. But they got these determinatives at the end. The wa, when this one had MH. And you notice I put X's there because the thing wasn't matching up. Because this does not look like that. You know, we see that the hieratogram is similar, but the anaglyph wasn't hooking up. That's why I had the X's there, you know, as okay, we got to do further research. So that's when I went to the hieratic number 200 to pull up that anaglyph coming with the W, because that wasn't matching up. And AAW, or the W, both of these pulling from Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, container for papyri. This comes right out and tell you determinative, the O1. And I've seen that PR before, okay, with the hieratogram dealing with house.
That's right.
Yes, so again, house full of, yeah, that sticks in my mind because, you know, it looks like a house.
That's right.
Dynasty.
Yes. That's right. That's the schematics of looking at it from the top, like on a floor plan.
Yes. Praise the Lord. And that's what it says. House floor plan. And then see, dealing with house, you see the praise of God or king, family, you know, so that's also, you see that the metaphysical aspect as well. And there's that symbol there. Ak, G35 Unicode. Ak, that's an agreement. The coat pods, as far as the bird is concerned, the dynasties. Ak. Now this is where, and looking at my paper, that sound shifting Q and the K enter into. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we got another
Grand Secretary of State. I love that. I have to emphasize too, right there. Now you've seen how you show the difference between K and Q. Now you see why certain Qur'ans are spelled Koran.
Islam.
And some are spelled Quran.
Praise the
Lord.
Lord.
The U is interchangeable with O if you want to deal with vowels. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We know ours is spelled Quran, you know, but we also know that there are some holy Qurans that are also spelled like ours are spelled.
Islam.
Yeah, some grand Qurans are spelled Islam. Just wanted to emphasize that. Go ahead, Goddess.
Praise the Lord. Now that K with the dot is like a like Q. If I'm, you know, my paper is correct. So it's got the N, praise the Lord. It's got the N29 Unicode, and you see that shape, which they have land, category, sky, earth, water. The dynasties and the N29, they've got Q, like in Queen, backward K. So you see it's making plain the sound shifting thing. Got this as determinatives, D54 Unicode. They've got is that an I? Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, that is an I.
Yeah, at first it looked like a T. I'm like, okay, let me look further. Woof. So, and this guy has legs and dynasties. And they have this the D54 Unicode as to tarry or stray or avoid or cease as a verb. And we've seen this symbol before. We've already pulled that up. And with that V31 Unicode, dealing with the K, I thought it was real. That's what I used, divinity or earth gods, you know, dealing with the God within the self. I'm like, okay, that's all well and good. I threw bent of elbow out the window. Refet. There's a SP. How is that? Septi. You see the R here. And then the Unicode I9 for the F. Parts of the body, mouth. The dynasties, ancient Egyptian dictionary. Rafi, not translated. Or Erefi. No, we just had that. Dr. Dunder's. Because
That's right. And they changed it with the I cause of the dictionary. E.A.R.S.
yes.
That's right.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
See the M again. Nebi, V30 Unicode. Aku, Lord, Master, Owner. Of course, I use that. And husband, I use that in my degree at the end. Determinative, sitting or standing, dealing with the God, dynasties. M again. Okay. Sanu. See the Unicode. Arrowhead or weapons. Sanu, brother. And they also had husband. And, you know, dealing with the family aspect. And you see the symbols. This determinative again. And they've got the A1 and the N35. Trying to get down to the bottom more. Now for this N35, they had the N, they had down here meanness, constricted, narrow, ungenerous. Okay, as far as ancient Egyptianary definitions and the HNW. Now, it could have been due to toothpicks under the eyes because I didn't see this in the actual line of the papyri, but when I came down here, I said, where did this HNW and HNMS, unless I missed something? So that's why I went to the ancient Egyptian dictionary and pulled up, okay, what are you saying? Because, you know, time is of the essence by now. So this is a transliteration of what I pulled up. Jamirk Sawak Hinmis Me Henu Ek Ket Ref Menab Misanin. Now this is my demonstration. I had divine speech dealing with the reason of papyri, also divine speech of love. Be careful of falling into a condition. So instructing one to be kindly and benevolent. Do not ignore the teachings or become narrow, constricted, and mean. Dealing with that owl, have the vision and heights of an owl. Praise of God. And in essence, honor to family. To enter into a state of earth gods or divinity. In essence, going into the higher self within. Through your mouth or divine speech. In essence, also the vision and thoughts on your master within or the hierophant within, maintain the state of a master. And then the Sanu, brother, looking at all as brothers and sisters from an ethereal level of being able to see the God within each other. For coming from the Quran, hear ye, for wisdom speaks from out the highest plane of spirit life. And I kind of pulled from Ptah Hotep 2, I saw one, follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do not more than is commanded thee. Diminish not the time of following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul that its time of ease be taken away. When riches are gained, follow the heart, for riches are of no avail if one be weary. Then, if thou desire thine actions may be good, save thyself from all malice, and beware of the quality of covetousness, which is a grieving inner malady. And see, we just had that in class, okay? Let not chance that thou fall thereinto. And so, in essence, stay away from evil thought. It is not what men devise that comes to pass. These are three things I pulled out from that. But what God determines comes to pass. Live, therefore, contentedly. And the prophet told us about to be content is to be happy, and let what they give come of its own accord. So that's my measure. Islam?
Ooh-wee. That's what I'm talking about. You know, and that's very powerful, Grand National Secretary of State, especially. That's the transliteration. Go back to your transliteration so that the people can see it again, Grand National Secretary of State. You know, and this is what we mean by putting your more science on it. You see what I'm saying? And so now that you've done that, Grand National Secretary of State, I know you can really get used to it. And it don't seem as hard as many may think, do it, once you put your mind to it, right?
Right. I just have to keep pushing through.
Yeah.
Because, you know, push through the, okay, it's such and such o'clock in the morning, you know, but because I wanted to get to, I wanted to see what came out at the end. That's why I did those things in a rush. I didn't really vet that, but I'm like, okay, got to pull from another plane. But that's how it was revealed to me.
Islam, and that's what you call self-determination. You know, and because it made you, like you said, you wanted to see the end of it. And that's the same thing on a collective. What we want to see the end result of what we bringing forth when we finish doing what we do. And so this is a prime example of mastery as described, you know, which we done all did our transliterations at times, but now we going into the text themselves to see how it would come out with us. Like, for example, would I even have to deal with the record I'm looking at, and I actually have my book dealing with the teachings of Tahotep in my hand. And if you notice, the first statement that is stated in the document is these are instructions by the mayor of the city, who is the vizier, right? His name is Tahotep, and he serves on the pharaoh Asa, who lives for all eternity. The mayor of the city, Vizier Tahotep, addressed the supreme divinity and deity as follows. Now, if I were to deal with transliteration, put my more science on it, just coming off of the head, you know, I would say, you know, these are the Sabate teachings, right?
Wow.
By the more. And the reason why I say more, because we know the word Mayar comes from mirror. You see what I'm saying? That word mirror and mayor is the same thing. So it says of the city, who is also the executive ruler, because that's basically what a vizier is. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
His name is Tahotep, and he serves under Pir Asa. You know, Pir is the other way of saying pharaoh. It said who lives for all time, all eternity. You know, who lives, you know, for Zeptepi. You see, the Mor or Mir of the city, executive ruler Tahotep, addressed the supreme divinity, the deity, as follows. You know, we know that's the God within. So you see what I'm saying? How I just put that on there as we spoke it out, you know, and that's what we were doing, and you did it well by showing it, you know, and so that's the way we're gonna have to transliterate these writings, you know, as far as dealing with our approach. It's no different than when one come forth and revise the Bible or give a new revision of the Grand Quran. You know, these teachings have to be pretty much revised, you know, through our eyes, as opposed to just sitting here. And even though this book here come from Asher Hiller, you know, this is a good thing. He was a brother, you know, he got a lot of material out there, did a good job, you know, but we just coming from a, a Moorish perspectives, what we have our own book, and we're going to have to do this not only with the teachings of Tahotep, but, like I say, codify all the Sabate teachings and bring them together. And that way they are one big book that is comprehensive for our people to get a drawing off of.
Islam. Praise Allah.
Islam. Praise Allah. Grand job, Grand National Secretary of the State. We give you a standing ovation for that one there. Goodness gracious.
Gratitude.
All right, Brother Marvin, that was Bay.
Since
you got something to say.
Yeah, that's all I got is something to say, because I didn't bring forth any of the lesson, because for some reason, and I repeat again, yes, I'm Dr. Marvin. That was Bay out of the Texas Consulate. Praise and honors have been given. But I reiterate, praise Allah, and honor to his prophet Noble Juali, and honor to everyone that's here within the sound of my voice, and to you, instructor. You've taught me so much in this particular class, as through Dr. Dendra's presentation, and honors to her, Dr. Dendra Neal Bay, for her presentation, as well as our National our National Grand Secretary of the State, Dr. Hesepsu Tutankhamun Bey. This has been a true lesson for me, because I've learned so much within this hour, within this lesson, to put me like on the right track. I've been taught humility, that has been reinforced within me, because, one can think they know such and such, but then again, that's the point. When you think you know so much, that's the point when you will fail. That's the point when you possibly can go astray. But then again, if you become humble, then you can make a speedy reparation. So this is where I am, like going into using the tools and things like that, because when we was talking last night, and I went into the instructions by Tahotep, and it wasn't until Grand Secretary of State that actually went into that last part where I can see that that's what was actually being instructed to go into. I went into it. I went to a line, but I'm not going to even show that, because I didn't try to break it down or anything. But so for the most part, I was just learning. More or less. What's that word? Fortifying my commitment. To go back and do the lessons. But I don't know what happened with a lot of my lessons. I couldn't bring them up or something. I don't know what happened. Something happened to my computer. But because I have those lessons there, but I didn't think that's not, when you go into the papyrus, you say you didn't need the papyrus, but that's what everyone else was focusing on. So this is why I couldn't this is how I got discombobulated, so to speak. But so I have to go back and look at this class again and try to just refresh on all of the lessons that we've had, at least the last 3 or 4 classes, so I can make them gel together. So pretty much that's where I'm at. Like I said, I learned quite a bit. You said some things that like you talk about the Canaanites and the Maronites, I think actually created the alphabetical charts. And the Egyptians more or less dealt with the metaphysical part of the expressions. you know what I mean, which was like a paradigm shift for me. And so that would aid and assist me along the way. And so I say, in gratitude for you, um, National Sister Grand Sheik, because, you know what I mean, it just made me, like I said, more humble and to appreciate what you're doing and how you're doing. You know what I mean? So I can say, be still and listen more and pay more attention to what you're bringing forth and how you're bringing it forth. You know what I mean? And I say gratitude for you. And I just say I'm just, you know what I mean, willing to learn and to be patient and to, you know what I mean, and also not to beat myself up too much, but to recognize that I have to be more patient with myself as well as everyone else. You know what I mean? And with that Hierophant within me, because you know it's really and it's all about, you know, studying the self, and so it's really bringing to the forefront that that's really what it's all about, the study of the self, and it's through others. Because when we look at others, you know what I mean, when we look at man, we look in the face of Allah. So this is what we've been taught by Allah through all of us. You know what I mean, through our panel and those in the audience. You know what I mean. All of us is in this class together. You know what I mean. I say it's making me more appreciative. You know, which is gratitude, which is a law. You know what I mean. So I'm just so grateful for being here, and you know, I do intend, and I'm like, I don't like to say what I'm gonna do. I like to say do it, and then say, you know, this is to show what I've done. And so, but I am recommitted to this task, and I can see how such a magnanimous task it is, because even within the tools that we have, you know what I mean, we find errors, like you was pointing out, you know, in the Vega, Vigas, or what have you. And it's just being brought forth, you know what I mean, to the manifest, you know what I mean, and to be humbled that, because we are putting, you know what I mean, I am putting, you know, myself on the line, so to speak, before the world, you know what I mean? And so, you know, and that brings an additional level of humility, you know what I mean, to be humble, to show that, you know, I'm learning, you know what I mean, I don't know everything, you know, and I'm just so grateful to be here, to be a part of this unfolding. And I just say thank you for allowing me, gratitude for allowing me to speak. Islam and peace.
Islam and peace, brother, for the drawing. And we give honors to you for all that you do and all you will do, because you are indeed an Egyptian Adept temple scribe. You know, and we had demonstrated this to our family. See, there's a process to get to this level where we are right now. But it's necessary that we go over all of these rules of engagement, so to speak, you know, before we really go into the aspect of bringing forth the works. We're at the point now where we can bring forth the works, but these things have to be emphasized, you know, in order for us to be able to complete the task when we set out to say, all right, let's start, you know, our transliteration process, you know, and that itself will be done behind the scene while we continue to bring forth, you know, these measures where we can give our people a drawing, but we'll be doing that other work behind the scene. And once we're done and we complete with it, we can present it before the masses. And the thing is learning the tools as much as possible. And that way you can be more proficient in the work you're doing. You see our Grand National Secretary of State brought forth, you know, whole expression of the line. You know, she was given the opportunity to say, okay, well, I can do just a few words. I can do the whole thing. She chose to do the whole thing. We wanted to do that so we wouldn't be putting a burden on our family. But once you get into the groove of doing it, and it become like clockwork with all of us doing it, that's what's going to make us be able to complete the transliteration of these texts more proficiently, because we'll be working as a team to do it. You see, it'll be a team effort. Us, and like you say, when two or more are gathered together, the great God Allah is present. You know, in fact, we already know from the Kemetic standpoint, Allah actually represents, you know, a state of being, a state of existence, you know. So we give honors to our audience as well, man. Human thought, we give honors to your family. You know, we got to keep putting that one up there. If the language is interpreted wrong, you know the way of life is interpreted wrong. I might get a t-shirt made like that in hieratic. You know, you coin that one right there, God, man, because that's what we're trying to tell the people. Problem is, our people love the Eurocentric interpretation. And like I said, a lot of people are lazy. They don't want to do what we getting ready to do. They don't even want to learn the hieratic. Some of these people talking about they teaching Medu. But notice by default, you know, our people pretty much familiar with, you know, the concept of even translating the anaglyphs like they want to do it. You know, but we don't demonstrate like that because we know the anaglyphs are actually metaphysics. We telling you that when we reverse engineer this thing back to its original state, it was hieratic that was original. I'm going to show you why we can say this and say it boldly, family. I'm going to show you some, let me stop this here. Can you hear me, family? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I had got a little freeze that went in there for a second. I can tell because I tried to share my screen. It didn't do nothing. So, Rome, don't you start playing. All right, here we go right here. Okay, so this is an actual document. Notice, you know, it's in a whole nother language. Most likely this is German right here, right? So I'm going to show you something, though. And that's what, unfortunately, a lot of these papyri, and that's what be going on. A lot of things, you have German dictionaries and everything. But this is actually the, a lot of this is dealing with a bunch of different papyri. Actually, this is Moeller's material, right? The same one who we deal with the Moeller tool. Now, we ain't got to worry about trying to read German. Now, if you wanted to know what this was, though, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you a little trick here. When you run cross documents like that, because they can't play. I'm going to see if I can do it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you can't play with me like that right there. I'm going to find it out. I don't care what you say. I'm going to show y'all how to get past all the noise. When you see a document like this, obviously, we don't read that particular language. But if you really want to go into it, all you got to do is this right here. I'm gonna show you something. This how serious we are about the research. All right, now a little computer freezing up again. All right, let's see here. Just go to Google Translate, right? It's gonna detect the language in most cases, exactly what it is. There we go, right there. You see it? See that? You ain't even know we can do that, did you?
No, I didn't know you could do that.
Copy it and paste it. And there you go.
Okay.
And even though that ain't Akan, that's not Akan, that's German. But it says forward with the previous collection. I have the opportunity in the eye for Egyptological trees, it's probably treaties on universities, appropriate reading materials from hierarchical manuscripts. Hierarchical is basically what they talk about. Flexible gesture to make them. The texts are far as the Berlin Museum papyri. They letting you know where these things are found at. Like you got the British Museum, this is in the Berlin Museum. You know, so this is source material. Our concern, autograph under the conditions, it says of classification of the originals. Notice they say of the originals on photographs, gelatin prints, and the most important concerns about contents and the ages of the manuscripts are listed below. Individual sections, it say as a reference, I sent my hieratic paleography, and it says Leipzig in the same publishing house. He letting you know where he published it at, 1909. It says Voreus, the figures It say, which I have observed in a rare, particularly irregularly placed forms in the text, refer to the symbols that run through this work. Exclusions on grammatical questions are found here, used so far as it relates to the reading of the papyrus. Earliest manuscripts in Ehrman's Egyptian grammatic. So he's saying he was drawing from Adolf Ehrman's particular measure. You hear the brother Mustafa Gadala mention Ehrman a lot. Berlin 1902 third edition in what it is, Voren Berettientum. It's some, you know, them British names and goodness gracious, German name, crazy. It says the dictionary calls it the Egyptian glossary, right? De Seblin, and then the author's Berlin 1904, Lefferin, then it says George Mueller, basically. It's letting you know who it is, and they spelled his name crazy right there. You know, but nevertheless, that's the translation of what's being stated here. You can actually see some of it in his original statement outside of the English that had to be transliterated. So now when we go back over here to the document, being that he said that if you found some more English in there, you can go in there and actually see the same thing again. Now I can look here, even though I don't know German, I can see they talking about the Papyri Prissy, the Hetnu, Sinehu, some of the same thing he have in the Mola document that we use to go through the tool. So there are drawings in here from each papyri. And the lineup is coming from, you know, all of them. Look like the papyri of E.A.R.S, Rhine papyri, the Westcar papyri, Sinu, Prissy, you know, all of them. And we know Prissy is Tahotep. The papyri of Prissy is the papyri of Tahotep. Okay, so let me go here again to our Google Translate just so our family can see this. Want to make sure these things are legible so we know exactly what it is we're dealing with. So we're going to go here again, and I'm going to paste in what I just copied. And it's telling you, even though we read some of it, we can see it. Here's the actual statements. You know, the text from Hatnub I, from Papyri Prissy, the poems of Kings, Hisostris. You know, all of these are wisdom teachings too. From the details of reported at Bahurin, also the testament from Elahun, which is Kon, the Kon papyri. You know, it goes on, basically letting you know where all these papyri coming from and what this particular document is consistent of. So we just want to show you that before we go into the material here. So actually they say it here. This is actually the instructions of Tahotep, a grammatical cultural analysis. That's actually the other papyri, but it's still the same thing in here. Okay, here we go right here. So this is the original source material, family. Notice this is all hieratic. You don't see hieroglyphs here, as I showed our family. And I have many of these papyri, most of them. You know, the Westcar, papyri of E.A.R.S. I have the whole complete papyri. You know, now the way it was broke down into sections later, there were different measures where the guy, Gardiner, actually broke certain things up. And when you find it this way too, because that's not actually the way you will be able to read this, sometimes you have to rotate the papyri, you know, so that you can see it. And this is Prissy here. You can see it wrote in cursive, papyri of Prissy, which is the teaching of Tahotep. This is the actual original papyri. You see, you don't see no hieroglyphics up in here nowhere. You know, and so most of the scribes right now, they can look in here right now and tell you what all of these letters are without even the assistance of using hieroglyphs. We see this one right here is the one that Sister Curta Bay was showing that they actually was trying to make this G and G, but this is Arif. See, I'm seeing this just by looking at it. This how quick. See the mirror right here? This is the letter Y. You know what I mean? Oh man, letter A. We can just go up through here. P, H. You know what I mean? We read it. This the instructor, the determinative. If one was trying to say somebody beat somebody with a stick, that's what they trying to say that here. See, this is what I'm talking about. You know, once we begin, this is the one that is often kneeling on the knee.
Islam?
you can see this stuff. That's the this is the bee or the dragonfly, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead, brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
That A, that's actually the W, isn't it?
What you mean? What A you talking about?
Yeah, down to the bottom. That at bottom number 4 letter. I mean number 4 line.
Which
It's
one
like,
you talking about?
Right there.
Right here?
Yeah, I thought you said that was not. Yeah, when you circle around.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that's a W, isn't it?
You may be right, bro.
Yeah, that's the W because that line 3,
Right. Yeah.
that
So
line
please,
3, that's what I had.
Yeah,
You got
I'm
3 of
looking
them
at.
right there.
Yeah, that's good. I'm good. You good, brother. And I'm looking at it as I was looking at this.
Well, you know,
That's A right there.
yeah, I'm mistaken that for A2.
Yeah,
You know,
so
what
it's
I'm
all
saying.
right. That's good. I thank you for that right there, my brother.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate that. Thank you for the good eye. That just goes to show you a scribe. So nevertheless,
You showing us what we got to do.
Say that again, brother.
I said you're showing us, you know, like you say, it's just popping all out.
That's right. That's how it's supposed to do.
Yes,
You
sir.
know what I mean? So when it come down to it, what I'm saying is, like when you go through all of these things, we done did it enough. I'm saying that these things are popping out. Like we know this would be considered the house, the per that Grand Secretary of the State was talking about earlier. We know this is the letter R. This is the letter N right here. We know this is Wajet right here, this serpent symbol. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So it's like I'm just showing how advanced we are becoming. You see what I'm saying? As we go through this special measure. Yeah, the more that we look at them, the more familiar we becoming, and we don't even need the anaglyphs. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So praise be to Allah, and we give honors to you, brother, again for that eye. That goes to show that we aid and assisting each other. And you know, like I said, looking at it quick, I seen that joker definitely as this letter right here.
Right.
Praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism. Yeah, give me 1 second. Islam Moors. So yeah, that's a powerful demonstration, you know. And the brother said here, you know, want to give honors to human thought, you know. See, wow, just from this class, I recognize a few things. Islam family, you know what I mean? And that's how it go. And the only reason he can say that is because he really trying to tune in, you know. He's really trying to tune in and learn. He ain't just sitting here looking to find something to critique or criticize. He's trying to learn. And he said, just in this class, he done learned some things. And that's what we talking about. That's what type of clarity we want to bring to our people. You know, so gratitude for this special measure. And what I'm gonna do, I want to show our family again. Just give me 1 second, family. Let me So Islam family, but yeah, so this is a grand draw, and I want to go back to what I was showing about the papyri again. So as I was stating, this is the papyri Prissy, you know, Tahotep and so forth and so on. And like I'm saying, this is the original source material. You know, and so this is what we're trying to get our people into the knowledge and learning. Most people don't want to take the time out because it does take some time and dedication to really be able to see these things. But as we see, the more that we study these things, the more familiar with these things we become. You know, and this is, you know, another expression. This is the Leiden papyri. This is Sesostris. As you can see here, there are certain portions of the original copy of the papyri. This is actually a copy of the papyri, but it's the same thing. It's the original source. You see little areas that are obscure here and there. And sometimes the European would replace this with something and put something in there when it wasn't meant to be there. And that can be misleading when you do that. Because we do have the other measure where it had the actual papyri where they broke up and everything. You know, so these are all different expressions. Let me rotate this too. Look like that one a little illegible. Unlegible. Let me flip it upside down again. I got to rotate it again. Oh, it done rotated too far. Okay, let me turn this one here. Okay, turn it again. And that's what you're going to have to do too, family. And look at that. It's delaying. So when I'm thinking that it's not rotating it, it rotated beyond what I'm trying to turn. There we go, right there. So now it's in its right place where you can actually read it. And notice the way that they have placed this one in the form where they have columns that are going down. This is not really necessarily known as the original way that papyri are demonstrated, but go into the dynasty. And most of the time you'll find out they came from later dynasties. You know, where they turn these, you know, normally you just read the papyri from left to right. But this is actually being put together like columns. You see what I'm saying? Where they actually reading it in a totally different way, reading it downward. You know, so that's a whole nother measure, you know, to keep an eye on as well. You can tell the way it is by the way they separate it. You know, so yeah, same thing here. And if you look at this is important too, because, and I'm gonna tell you, I believe this is the reason why they tried to take certain aspects from the Chinese writing when the European come up with what they call determinatives. For those who don't know, E. Wallace Budge would tell you that they took the concept of determinatives from Chinese writing because they have determinatives in their writing. Unfortunately, Chinese writing looks more like this hieratic. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's do it here. Let's see. I know y'all know what it looked like already, but we're going to go on here and show you. So they took different rules of different writing and tried to make it up. So you can see the similarity between hieratic here, right? And let me pull this over here too, where they sitting right beside each other. Well, actually, I might have to pull this back. Okay. I hate when it does that. There we go. I just want to put them side by side so I can go back and forth between them. You know, let me open up this particular paper. Yes, sir. So this one is written in a column-like style. If you notice it, right? See it? It has that column-like style. So the European was looking at this and comparing this, you know, so to speak, to the actual Kemetic writing, and that made them say it has to be some type of connection here. You see what I'm saying? Sure. That's what they were doing. And so that's why this is in columns, just like the Chinese calligraphy is in columns.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, we're going to give it to our people blood raw so they can get it. See, you don't hear nobody talking about this stuff right here. Right. But you can actually see the possibility of connections between the hieratic language, truly, and the Chinese. Would you scribes agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Islam.
And so it ain't strange.
Definitely.
Even in this book right here, even though they may be different alphabetical systems, we can see the connection, like a relation between the style of the writing. And what it is, like in this book that I have on writing the late Egyptian hieratic, written by Sheldon Lee Gosselin, which also, you know, we got that's the Slay Tool creator. It has Chinese writing in here, you know, where it's breaking down what they call Chinese abstract. You know, so I remember being young and intrigued by that when I was dealing with martial arts. I was intrigued by Chinese writing. I remember seeing a Bible one time that actually had Egyptian pictures in it, Chinese writing, and come to find out that was actually a Masonic Bible when I got older. You know, the martial arts instructor, I don't know if he was involved in the masonry or whatever, but when I seen that book again, it had all the, you would also find similar things in the Gideon Bible too, though. The Gideon Bible had different, it would show different scripts in the back of it, you know, like the Chinese, you know, the Hebrew, the Arabic, and so forth and so on. So looking at these comparisons, I'm going to show you something else too, because this is very important to bring up. Me and Marvin Edwards Bay, I was talking to him about this last night, because there's a teaching. Hold up, I done froze up again here. Come on. Let's see. Make sure this thing, okay, we got to get it. Come on, get back online. Act right. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. There's a language out here that a lot of people have no knowledge about. And I'm going to show you something here. This is very important that we bring this to the manifest. And it is called Sinzar. This is said to be the very most ancient language right here, the mystery language of Sinzar, right? Now, Sinzar, you know, which is said to be, they call it the mystery language, right? They say this is the language of the Atlanteans. And I'm bringing this up at this particular point because if everything is serving as it should be, you know, and it ain't expressed as the average language is expressed, is a little deeper than that. If this is expressed as it is said to be, this is actually a PDF. I'm just scrolling through it to show you, right? And we'll get this in a minute. I'm gonna put this over here in my area here. It's called mystery language. I want to show you a picture of what it looked like. Come on now, don't y'all go that. Oh, I see what it did. It just downloaded and put it in my area. Okay, there we go. So, in most cases, well, I probably have to put this right here, take this part out. It actually goes to show you different measures of this demonstration. It'd be hard to find it sometimes. Just give me a second here. I may be able to find it through this one. Yeah, here it go right here. There we go right there. This is what Sinzar look like, people. And this is said to be, they claim it, oh, this is the first thing, they're calling it Sinzar, but Sinzar is actually a place in Egypt. You see? Look at Sinzar. And if they're saying that all language comes from this, right? It makes sense because you can actually see symbols in here. Being familiar with hieratic, you can see the same style of the writing. Can you see that, Scribes?
Islam, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And they're saying that this is basically the pattern through which all the languages ended up evolving out of this type of writing. So that would mean hieratic would be the most ancient form of writing then in Kemet if all of the writing started like this.
Right.
Because this is the same style of writing hieratic right here. And if you look closely around these particular, this is like a pyramid too, by the way, looking at it from the top.
That's what I was getting ready to say. That looked like the bottom of the pyramid, and then that in the middle is the top of the pyramid. I was getting ready to ask you about that.
Yeah, that's what they showing it, like looking at it from an aerial view, like a floor plan.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? And this would be written on the walls, so to speak. is how they putting it here. That's the way they're expressing it. But if you look at a lot of these different shapes, a lot of these shapes are very similar, you know, to the hieratic expression, but they call this the mystery language of the Adepts. See what it says here? This pyramid is called the noosphere, which is a correction module, the language of Atlantis and Lemurian. Now we know that the culture of Kemet was established first by Tehuti, as he taught Alsa. Tehuti was the god of right. His wife was the god of Nimbus, Seset, right? So looking at it from this expression here, if this is the language of the Atlanteans, then it's not strange that when we see the style that we find in the hieratic, when we see this, then it's not strange. Problem is, somebody made us think that the symbols on the wall was the language, and they had reverse engineered the symbols from this particular measure, and we going back to this particular measure. So if we were to say, let's just say we're dealing with the Senzar, and the Senzar come from the Atlanteans and the Lemurians and so forth and so on. We know Atlantis was a real place. It's been debunked that it was bogus and false. People lying that tell them we can show you where it is. We got videos on it. So if this was the original style of writing and not pictures, then it would make sense when we see that evolution of those alphabets that came to be as we see them again going back here. And we can see again that same style of writing here. You know, both of these styles of writing can be traced, you know, to that same style in Senzar. Now, let me go here and just give you just reading. They call it the mystery language. Here, these are different expressions that they gave where you've seen certain things that also could have evolved into the pictorial anaglyphs as well. They do have such certain things on that, which explains why there were anaglyphs, but also there was a written language. You see? And let me see it here, because I want to go to something that summarizes it where I don't have to go far into it. And this ain't nothing where we got to take our people into learning the Senzar language. We're saying that the Senzar language, if it is the origin, then we have hieratic as a direct descendant of this language coming from the people of Atlantis, or the Atlantean culture. You see? So it says here, and I'm going to read this here. Y'all, we always dropping some jewels as we go in here. Ain't no telling what might come out of it, but we giving the truth. It said, among the curious lore of H.P. Blavatsky's secret doctrine are her references to a language she called Senzar. Senzar is a mystery, right? According to Blavatsky, it is the original language of the stanzas of Xian, which are the core of her great book of certain commentaries and glosses upon the book of Xian, from which the stanzas come. Now you got to realize, look at here, other commentaries or glosses are Chinese, Tibetan, and Sanskrit. Now thinking about Sanskrit, we can see Sanskrit has a similar script written in the same way, right? The Tibetan, right? Let's pull them up, you know, and see what Tibetan script looked like. I'm showing that all of these things come from pretty much one people, and everybody went and did their own thing. See, this is the Tibetan script, and they have it in the calligraphy style of writing. Look like hieratic to me. Just their own expression of the way they write. We can see this style of writing is not pictorial. See it again here? Let me blow that up. Y'all see that right there, Scribes?
Yes, sir.
That's actually what the alphabets look like inside of this book, too.
Wow.
Even though they're hieratic, they look like this. That's why I was saying they're a little off from the symbols that we actually have from the paleography document. But if you look at this same style here, look at them. This is the Tibetan script. Let me hold it back up again. And then we go back over here to what we were showing you a few minutes ago. Hold up. I actually was already there. You can see the similarity between the style of the writing.
Right, right.
You see?
Yes, sir.
Look at especially these in the Sauce period. Look at these here. And now go back here. We can see the style of the writing is the same. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I was just going to say, yeah. Different style of the one that's actually describing it.
Right. And like I said, this is Tibetan, expression in their own right, and that's their own alphabet. They are different as far as alphabet is concerned, but the style that has been adopted, just like we were showing here, see they writing this right here in a column style, like I was showing you earlier, like the Chinese and some of the hieratic.
Right.
If you look at this here, just based on who writing it, how it's gonna come out. This is more like computerized or digital, and that's why you see it like this. But they actually have some scribes that write that particular language that can write that way.
Right.
Sanskrit is basically similar to this, the same thing. You'll see a lot of lines that connect. There it is right there. You see, the Sanskrit is basically similar. Look at that.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So we can see that this is the original style of writing. Most of the papyri coming from all these cultures, this is what they would consider cursive forms of writing too. Calligraphic styles of writing.
Right.
But no Islam Grand National Secretary of State.
Gratitude more. And when you were speaking, it just the thought reflected dealing with the prophet brought us the 4 sacred schools of thought.
The 4 sacred schools of thought. And so basically, and we getting them from the pristine purity. And see, that's what I'm talking about. Like how she tuned into that.
That's right.
That's the way we have to be when we transliterating things, having that thought in mind. When we transliterate, it's gonna be in harmony. It ain't gonna be in there. If we put our measure together, we're gonna show where it connects to the Grand Quran, where it connects to the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, where it connects to the Tanakh or the Torah. We will make footnotes and references of showing these things through strong word connections. And that will give people a better understanding of when they see the Kemetic teaching, recognizing the parent system and the child system. You see what I'm saying? So, I just wanted to show our family this. But again, this is being accredited to the Atlantean language, the Atlantean and Lemurian language. So again, we can say the hieratic most definitely came before, just dealing with a consensus of looking at the styles of writing from all of these cultures, and all of them can be traced back to this particular cursive style of writing. You see, we can see that this as a form of writing would have been the way that they wrote. And then the other measures with the pictorials was always a metaphysical drawing. And the reason why we can go further into this, because if you read it, it states the version of the stanza that Blavatsky presents in The Secret Doctrine is said to be an abridgment of the originals, blending together the text of the stanzas with various glosses. Some versions of the stanzas themselves are in other languages. Example, stanza 6 is said to be translated from a Chinese text. Now note that Blavatsky, because a lot of people like to criticize Blavatsky and all this, she was a witch and all that. But what they fail to realize, Blavatsky would tell you that the people she studied from, because they was asking the Masons, they didn't allow women into a Masonic organization. So Blavatsky them created what they called a co-Masonic demonstration later. But the thing is, she told them when the Masons, like who it was, Albert Pike, them asked her about who taught her. And she said they wanted her to learn, wanted to come into the system they had. And she told them, you wouldn't want to come into our system because basically if you knew who my master teachers was, you were rejected. And she was trying to tell them these were Moors that had taught her. You see what I'm saying? If you go look it up, these were our people that taught Blavatsky. At least she went over there to learn. because during the time of the Indology scholars, they would go to these places. So she went and learned this stuff and came back, and that's when she started writing this material based off what she learned. So this stuff she came up with, she didn't create this herself. It was taught to her, then she began it, but they kept it in the state to where, you know, concealing who it is that taught them. All she would tell you was the people definitely of the East, where she got it from. You know what I mean? I just wanted to add that to people that like to critique. So a lot of times you may be critiquing the individual because of who it is, you know, but if you're going to do that, then you got to critique E. Wallace Budge. You got to critique Allen Gardenia. You got to critique Gaston Masfero. You can't let nobody off the hook. See, you can't do no you can't do no what we call selective research, you know, and choose who it is you're going to deal with and then reject somebody else. You know what I mean? Because you feel like this teaching right here explains what people like the Moors are saying, or explains stuff that people that deal with esoteric and other things are saying. So you want to X that out so ones can't use that as a source and call it pseudo. You feel me? But at least she had the honesty of telling you that she got this information from our people, right? She just won't tell you exactly who it was because that's part of their little thing. They ain't telling you. She just letting you know who it was. And that's why she told Albert Pike, because she knew he was one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan. Wow. She said, if I were to tell you, yeah, the Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1865 at the Maxwell House. And Albert Pike, you know, the writer of Moors and Dogma, was a part of that. You see what I'm saying? So basically, and he taught Luciferian stuff as well, but he wasn't even a Mason, and they let him write their degrees, so to speak. When he wrote that book on them degrees, he wasn't even initiated in the Mason, but they accepted it as such. So the thing is about it, what we're getting at is that Albert Pike sitting at the Maxwell House, and now you understand why people like to have coffee and donuts. You know, because the Maxwell House first meeting was the Ku Klux Klan formation place. Wow. See the symbolism behind that? Now you get it.
Hey.
So, and you can look that up too now.
Wow.
You know, so this is why they don't like Brother Shaheed, because this stuff don't supposed to be spoke. But you know, he ain't took no oath, so we gonna give it to you. We telling it all. This is a tell-all demonstration every time we come on here. So also, I ain't even tell y'all about Albert Pike connection to Giuseppe Mazzini, who was basically the mafia's line of that particular organization. So now you see when they want stuff done, who they go to.
That's right.
Okay, we're going to put it right there. So understanding all of this, though, that's why she said that to Pike. That's why she told him, she was like, you know, if you knew my teachers, you definitely wouldn't want to study up under me. You know, these the so-called Negro, black, and colored people y'all be talking about over there. That's what she was saying to them in so many words. Go ahead, Islam, Brother Marvin, that was big.
Islam, that's sort of like say Plato, Socrates, and all of them that went and studied in Egypt, right? And when they went back home, they exiled them and tortured them and stuff. Because they were so superstitious.
Right.
That's magic. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, we don't make this stuff up. And see, this is why we tried to tell people about this as well. You know, the Indologist movement. You know, you got to understand the Indologist movement. Then you understand this is when they created the first Gregorian calendar. You know what I mean? So, look, prime example. These were the Europeans going over there. They had a whole movement. Look, Indology, also known as South Asian Studies, is the academic study of the history and cultures, languages, literature of the Indian subcontinent. As such, is a subset of Asian studies. Now, remember, when they talk about East Asian, they still talk about Indus Valley civilization. Same people they said ended up coming into the Americas, you know, that became the first inhabitants are indigenous, so to speak. So notice it says here, the term Indology, Germany, Indology is often associated with German scholarship and is used more commonly in departmental titles in German and continental European universities than in the the Anglophone academy. It says academy. It says in the Neanderthal, Netherlands. It says the term Indology was used to designate the study of Indian history and culture in preparation for colonial service in the Dutch East Indies. Now it says classical Indology, majority, it says includes linguistic studies, Sanskrit literature, Pali, Tamil literature, as well as study of dharmic religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism. And now you see why I say Blavatsky was a part of that Indologist movement, because that's where a lot of that information come from. You see? And so during the time of this Indologist period, a lot of people don't know the Hindu calendar was the period that dealing with time that was accepted before the Gregorian calendar. So they came forth, usurped the calendar system, and then they came up with the Gregorian calendar beginning at 3100 BC. That started with the Indologist movement. That's why you hear Brother Shahid, for those who are looking, say, I don't deal with the Gregorian calendar. You see what I'm saying? Because I know that the Indus Valley calendar go back to 311 trillion years. You know how long ago that was? That'll swallow up every Gregorian calendar they can think about it. And they got about 5, 6 of those. You know, I can pull up a Gregorian calendar. One say they begin in 1500 BC, another say 33, another say 4000. Which one is right?
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is why I say we have to rewrite these things, present them, because if we keep going off of what somebody else said, we just being lazy, and we ain't really showing that we truly love the culture like we say we love it. Look here, it's a whole list of scholars, you know, who they mention in here. You know, look, Max Muller, all these Rudolph Roof, these are people that definitely, Max Muller for a fact was quoted by a lot of the teachings of Blavatsky and Henry Steele Alcat, Annie Besant. You know, all these dealing with the same people, family. We ain't making, look at all these scholars. I didn't even know it was this many of them. I'm blown away by seeing all these ones. These are the ones that have shaped the way that people perceive this information.
Wow.
You understand me?
Right.
See, people got to really study, like the Grand Secretary of State say, stop reaping in a scanning way. Because if you do that and you accept what somebody gave you, you're going to get what you always got.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Look at this. You see all the Indologists up here. I think this is what it named, the actual father of Indologists, because it's one that actually originated. I think that's him right there. You got. He came to the British. See, look, it's even talking about it here. These are Indians right now talking about what I just opened up a random tab. Now look at this. Western Indologists. Look at this. A Study in Motive, written by Patak Bhagavat, and this is actually somebody that's from India. The Hindu. The distortion of the Bharatiya history. See, these people up here telling you now their history was distorted and they calling out who did it. Right. Look at it. This is a random tab now. When Indian literature became known first to the West, people were inclined to ascribe a hoary age to every literary work hailing from India. They used to look upon India as something like the cradle of mankind, or at least the human civilization. This impression was natural and spontaneous. It was based on truth and had no element of bias. The historical facts that were handed down by the sages of the Bharatavarsha estates were based on true, unbroken traditions. Their philosophical doctrines delved deep into the source and mysteries of life, propounded with the principles of eternal value. When the people of the West came to know of them for the first time, many unbigoted scholars were highly impressed by their marvelous accuracy and profound wisdom. Being uninfluenced by their any considerations of color or creed, they were generous in their acclamations. This enthusiastic applause of the honest people of the Christian land created a flutter in the difficulties of Jewry Christian missionaries who were as ignorant of the real import of their own scriptures and tradition as those of the Bharata Varsha. It says, and followed by the dictates of dogmatic Pauline Christianity, which had made them intolerant of all other faiths. The correctness of our conclusion can be judged from the following observation of Henrik Zimmer, and all these crazy names. He was first among the Western people to speak of this in an comparable manner. In that great cloudburst of European Christian atmosphere, how revengeful are the dogmatic Christians and Jews and those who do not hold opinions similar to their own, is amply illustrated by the fate of Robert Smith in 1846 to 1894, the author of The Religion of the Semites, a professor of Hebrew in the Free Church College of Aberdeen. The punishment he got for the frank and fearless expression of his scientific researches, it says, is well recorded by Lewis Spence in the following words. The heterodox character of an encyclopedia article on the Bible led to his persecution for heresy. See, in other words, they were calling him pseudo, of which charge, however, he was acquitted. So basically, it was somebody speaking on the Indologists, well, the literature of India, highly, and this is how they would do. They would attack you. This is heresy. You know what I mean? And that's the same type of thing that has come forth. And that's what they mention it right here. The primary reason, Jewish and Christian bias. You see? So it talk about the ancient Jews being descendants of the Aryas. And their beliefs were the same as the Aryas, which is the primeval man, whom they call Adam was Brahma, the originator of mankind. The Hebrew name is derived from their beliefs. It says were the same as the Aryas, right? It says Atma Bu. See, Atma Bu is just D interchangeable with T, Adma. See, one of the epithets of Brahma. In the beginning of creation, Brahma gave names to all his subjects and beings, and so did Adam, according to the Jewish. So they're showing you the parallels of the history and how one truth contradicts another truth. You know, but nevertheless, you know, they went into the time frames about how man went back to 100,000 years. We can see all this here, you know, where they going. But nevertheless, these Europeans came in here, created their own time system and everything. And this is an article on that right there. That's grand that it came up as I was speaking about it. Didn't expect it, but just by clicking on the link.
That was the prophet.
Yeah, that ain't nothing but the prophet.
Yes, sir.
You know, so when you see this, know that all of this was an attempt to make Rome look like they was the ones that created everything. So they'll go and learn a teaching. And some people, like, for example, Blavatsky pay homage to the people like she learned. Like the guy was just speaking, saying those who were, you know, honest. But some European, they go get the information and then try to shoot it down, you know, and say, oh, these people want a bunch of deities, and, you know, this is mere hogwash, and, you know, all this, all the while in their secret societies, they are studying this information. Same thing with Kemet. You know, oh, they worship many gods and a bunch of pagans, and all the while within their degrees, they talk about All-Sar, they talk about All-Set, they talk about Heru. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to keep you from going into that area, tell you it's pagan. This is the true God over here in the way that we teaching it, you know, the way we translate it. And all the while behind the scene, yeah, we know All-Sar is who they say he is. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, family. So we pulling the cover off all secrets today. We didn't even intend to do this. But when the Most High drive us in this way right here, family.
That's right.
I like our family in human thought. He said, let's go get a cup of coffee and have some new meaning. That family got a very expressive personality right there, you know, through the jar. That's what I'm talking about. That's right. It got a new meaning to it now. You gonna drink you some coffee. Make sure it ain't Maxwell House. Goodness gracious. So yeah, family. As we were stating, dealing with this Indologist movement, That's how Blavatsky would have come across this. But it says the impression we get then is that the wording of the stanzas of the SD is not simply a translation of some fixed text in a language called Sinzar, but it is rather a restatement for the modern students of such parts of stanzas as Blavatsky herself understood, drawing upon such sources as she had available to make the ideas more comprehensible. That is, the stanzas of Xian, as we have them, are not a fixed sacred text, but an approximation. And the version we have is less a translation than a paraphrase. That difference is important for the understanding of what kind of language Sinzar is. Blavatsky calls Sinzar a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects, which philology is equated. It says, and so it is, the name Sinzar appears in none of his lists of the world's languages in that linguists have compiled, nor is it ever likely to. It says, we know about Sinzar only, right? What H.P. Blavatsky has told us, although in fact she has told us a good deal. So they go into breaking it down and, basically going into talking about much of what Blavatsky says about Sinzar makes it seem to be an ordinary language like other languages. If we read her comments uncritically or without an excessively literal interpretation, indeed, the question of Sinzar's identity is significant precisely because it is a typical case of a temptation to interpret Blavatsky and other theosophical authorities in a literal materialistic way, when what they are talking about is often something more symbolic and abstract. You see what I'm saying? So, we can go on in here, and it's talking about the esoteric, expressions of these things. So there was always something that was great about this language, but she called it a secret sacerdotal language, the mystery speech. It's all going back to the same interpretation of what they put on the language of Thot or Tehuti. They call it the same thing. He was the creator of the sacerdotal language. And when you begin to look at certain things like the emerald tablets, you can see that there was a script, just as the same way we express the Mari language we have, same thing. So this cursive style, though there may have been a certain adaptation based upon who the people were creating their own style in writing, and that we can say developing their own language. All of these particular languages derive from one particular style, irregardless to how they came and created their own expressions, as we just showed you, in the Chinese, the Sanskrit, the Tibetan language, they were all similar, not the same, but similar, and having their own particular expression, so to speak. So it's safe to say that style of writing then, was actually, again, the beginning of the writing, as opposed to the pictorial. But the pictorial did come in, and it also speaks on different pictorial symbols in here as metaphysical and so forth and so on. And now that term Sinzar, like they say, the only person they found that would actually be speaking on these things, they found Blavatsky to be speaking on them, right? But I'm going to show you something else right here. I'm going to show you this how you get to the bottom of it. I love this here. Google Books. This going to give you the most ancient books that was ever written from 15 to 1400 years ago. During the 1400s, I meant. It's there. So if you want to look up things and find other measures in here, they got the mystery language right here, right? But if you keep digging and you go through all these things, see, they actually showing Blavatsky over here. Let me see here. They're talking about a representation of the East. I seen it on the cover. I'm trying to get to the cover of this book. Come on now. Let's do it like this here then, because they don't want to let me move it up. And I think this may be a free book right here. Now, this ain't a free book. So this is Blavatsky over here. with some people from India, right? So we can see the connection there. They talking about the sins are there. All you got to do is really go in here. And once you go here, this is how I told you when I say Sinzar is actually a place in Egypt. See, only Brother Shaheed can bring this to you from the digging aspect of it, because the prophet put it in us to uncover everything. So this is the only place I was able to find the word Sinzar being used. It's a country, you see, that's being referred to here. It says, when they made the great slaughter amongst them, I fought and had hand to hand. I brought, it say off a hand here, and this is the battle in Sinzar. And the capture of Kadesh. Kadesh is also the word that goes into the word Ru'al Kadesh, if y'all know that, which deal with the Holy Spirit. But that's a whole nother message. This is the Comedian expression of Kadesh. You know, so it says he captured the city of Kadesh. Well, I beheld his bravery while I was among his followers. He captured the city of Kadesh, Ketsu, and see how they express it there and showing here. That's the S and the H. See the rules being applied there? Kadeshu. It says, I was not absent from the place where he was. I brought off 2 men, lords. You see the Mira, Yin, here they put here, as living prisoners. I set them before the king, the lord of 2 lands, Tutmos III, living forever. He gave me gold because of bravery before the whole people. The list thereof, the finest gold, the lion necklaces, flies. And so they going into the expression in this book dealing with the different aspects of, and this is from the doctrine of Thutmose, where it mentions this word. That's the only place I was able to find the word Sinzar. So Sinzar is an actual place. You see? And notice every other book, when you're looking at just putting Sinzar in here, they talk about, again, the languages of Atlantis. The language of the island of Atlantis was called Sinzar. So again, we ain't making this stuff up, family. You know what I mean? This is a whole bunch of books out here. For those who want sources, you know, it's a whole bunch of them out here. Look at here. The Hindu student, Sinzar. And we can just keep going on and on and on and on. But I'm just showing you how to find this stuff and how I find it a lot of times. So again, you know, let me close this particular measure out. But I just wanted to say that, family, you know, to make our family aware, you know, of the style of the hieratic writing. And once you understand the style of the hieratic writing, you know, originate, you know, from styles that are similar, cultures that are considered more ancient, you know, then we can say, okay, well, this is the real system of writing. That's why Medu, Re, and Kemet is called the language of the Egyptians, whereas Medu Netta is known as the language of God. Difference between the two. You can't limit the language of God to the language of the Egyptians. So even though sometimes you'll see Medu Netta, some people will call the hieratic Medu Netta, some even call Demotic Medu Netta. But in the truest sense of the word, Medu Netta is in a class of its own, and hieratic is in a class of its own. Medu, Re, and Kemet is used for the writing and communication, religious texts, and everything it was, ledger keeping. This is the actual language of that culture. But then the hieratics, being that way, distinguished from what we call anaglyphs or hieroglyphs, as they like to call them. Hieroglyphs are metaphysical. If not, I'm going to say it again. Show me the alphabet chart. So, you know, I just wanted to say all of that. And now that being said, scribes, we're going to open up the floor. We're going to go back to our officials first. And then we're going to go to the rest of the scribes and close this demonstration out. This has been a grand class, you know, very powerful. I'm telling you, can't get these lessons nowhere else but in the Moorish American government. Trust that when I tell you that. So Islam is our Grand National Chairman on the manifest. If not, we know the Grand National Secretary of the State is most definitely there on the manifest representing the tribe of endurance. Islam.
He's not available right now, Dr. Shaheed.
Islam, well, we love it.
Praise the
Islam.
Lord.
Well, all right. Well, all right, Grand National Secretary of the State, you got the flow and the flow
You know,
plan.
all I have to say, I'll tell you more. Skin woo wee. Having already risen and given praise and honor where due, I just give so much honor to my scribes, giving honor to our host, giving honor to our family online, and also to so much information that I had so many paradigm shifts, and that's why when the prophet speaks about I'm going to repeat myself, it's a reason for that, because the more that we keep being reinforced with this, and do the study, as far as going deeper and further, it's just a blessing. And I just saw so many universal worlds opening up in reference to the magnanimous, what's the word? Fraudulent aspect to try to, in essence, wipe us off the count. No matter what kind of words you want to say, but see, you cannot bury the truth. You cannot bury the creator, and this is a new era of time declared and brought forth by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, which is exposing all of this stuff, and he had the station Egyptian Adept master for a reason. And these things are still being unfolded, so we've got a critical role when it comes down to bringing these things forth for our family and doing the study, to bring forth books for the future guidance of the nation, so they won't have to, try to go under this rock, or in essence, like the Book of Fire, exhuming of a nation, because just in pulling up these languages, this still is another form of exhuming of a nation, ours. And if we can't see with clarity how everything came from us as a people, I don't know what it's going to take, but you can't get it from being what you told. You have got to do it yourself, so that once you have it, can't nobody take that from you. We are the ones that limit ourselves. So I had, like I said, so many paradigm shifts. I definitely, if you could send the names and the authors, because I was trying to get it down, dealing with like the Book of the Dead and the other books that you mentioned, that I want to go forth and do the research on that. That'd be greatly appreciated. But gratitude, Dr. Shaheed. I know that I can't get all of this in 1 hour, 1 minute, or what have you. So that's why it's a process, as you stated, and the more that we keep doing this, then the more elevations we receive, and that indeed is a blessing. And that's how it is with everything, even when it comes down to more science, it's still a process, so this is just a grand measure. Gratitude to all those that participated and those that are listening in, because not a word is lost. Peace and love.
In Islamism, gratitude, Grand National Secretary of the State, for that drawing. And what they don't, a lot of our people may not know, is that the way Noble Drew Ali brought the Circle 7 Moorish Holy Quran, he brought it in such a way that not only will you learn the history that was missing from Yehoshua, but we find out the 18 missing years that it concerns itself with, he was in Kemet. Not only the fact that he was in Kemet, but even again, the chapters that deal with the social duties was said to be brought forth by Akhenaten the Fourth. And he was Kemetic. So that would make the Moorish Holy Quran in and of itself Kemetic, whether y'all want to look at it different as not. I'm talking about the people that don't know this. And so also in that teaching, the universality of the Circle 7, and the reason why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that you would be lost, in the Grand Quran, or even other books, we can add that, if you didn't go through this, is because it's giving you the highest or the most loftiest teachings of Judaism. It's giving you the highest and most loftiest teachings of Islam, which we call Islamism. It's giving you the highest and lofty teachings of Hinduism in this same text. Now, a small book, the little book, right? But then it's also giving it to you in Confucianism, Buddhism. And so this is why when you see us demonstrating, we don't demonstrate demarcation. Because in our book, we have keys that unlock all of those cultures. So we're going to always have a universal message. And that's why, you know, I was, this way of life here was tailor-made for me. Because that's how I was studying anyway. By the time I come into the moral science, I was already in a universal mindset. And when they be saying, well, how you going to link this up with that, link that? Because my research has always been on uniting, you know, the people. Because I've seen too much division, so much opposition, conflict, wars over religious beliefs. So that's why my research and study has always been to show our people where we are one at, to bridge the gap, to show your family y'all arguing over stuff that really don't make no sense. Because the same thing being said, y'all just don't comprehend it because it's being said in a different language. And it's very ignoramus, so to speak, to think that something is totally different because it's said different in another language. That's just the language it's expressed in. You got to respect the territory. When you go into uncharted territory of another language, you must expect it to be expressed the same way. They don't just say God in Spanish, they say Dios. They don't just say God in the Greek culture, they say Zeus. But we see a connection between Dios and Zeus. Theos and Zeus. We can see a connection there if we understand linguistics. The word God is English. So it's more likely a translation from other languages. So when you go into etymology and linguistics and you can see the ties, this is what you have to be concerned with. Just like they showed, the Hindu people were showing the connection between the name of Atom and Atmibu. Now we didn't put that there, but if we'd have did that, they'd say that's pseudo. But these are the people in their own language telling you this is the Adam that's spoken of in our book too. We just call him Atmibu. You see what I'm saying? But when you understand linguistics, you can get that. But if you don't understand linguistics, no, that ain't the same thing. That's what you trying to make it. And it's ignorant to make that type of assumption, especially when you ain't did the research. That's why you always end up in arguments and debates and never get nowhere. And then you leave the people that's watching you in want. Because now they ain't even more confused than they was before. You know, and so that's why we do the work we do. And like I say, Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought the teachings and he brought them properly. And if you go into the way that we demonstrate the work, you know, like we say, we believe in all books of truth. Because everything came out of Kemet family. We believe in all books of truth. So you ain't going to see us up here destroying or desecrating any message or talking down on any prophet or the great God. We'll make corrections and say, no, that one ain't Jesus, that one is Yahushua. You know what I mean? We'll make corrections and, you know, give measures like that. But you ain't going to never see us going in. When we go in, you know, on the biblical narrative, we talking about the translation. We ain't talking about the original text, the Torah. We honor that. We honor the Tanakh, you know, the book of Psalms or Zabur, the Injil, or whatever you want to call it. We honor the original text, but we got to do some correction in these translations. That go for those texts, that go for the Kemetic texts, and we're not attacking Kemet when we are dealing with the critique of what Rome has did. And if you can't see that, that means you love your master more than you love the originator who made you. So Islam family, we just wanted to say that. We're going to open up the floor now to our other scribes. Go ahead.
Islam. I didn't know if Brother Marvin Evers Bay wanted to come or he wanted me to go, but I'm here.
Well, you know, I was thinking if
because he said close out, could close out. So yeah, okay, I can say mine.
I can ease in. Gratitude, guys.
Gratitude.
You know that spirit is not a gender. But gratitude. Yeah, I'm Dr. Marvin Elvis Bay, Consul General of the Texas Consulate. Man, this has been a powerful class. I mean, I've learned so much, and and it's all in the learning. It's all in the elevating. Um, and Dr. Shahid, Dr. Shadua Minty Hetty well, we can't give you enough honor. I mean, because you're so diligent, man. You're giving your life to this endeavor, so to speak. And I can appreciate you more that I get to know you, more that I get to know myself. I get to know this lessons that the prophet brought to us. I mean, no, I mean, like the chairman always say, the prophet didn't leave nothing out. You know what I'm saying? And that's on the real. And I'm just so grateful. I can't be any more grateful. You know what I mean? Like to be grateful to be here, to be a part of this and this new era in time. I mean, like one can't even imagine the magnitude of what we're involved in, and to have the courage to do this. You know what I mean? The more we learn, the more courageous we become. You know what I mean? The more fearless we become because we know we're not guessing anymore. We're not, perhaps it's true. We know this is true. And we know that we are the message that we bring. And we are like the National Assistant Grand Secretary, National Assistant Grand Sheik said, you know what I mean? We are the transliteration. I mean, we are the message. I mean, we are everything that we think we want to be, or that we see. We see what we believe and believe what we see. You know what I mean? So this is what it's all about. Being a part of this magnanimous job. And the more we learn, the more we want to learn, the more I want to learn, the more I need to learn, because we see what has happened, over the ages. I mean, they wanted to obliterate us, to wipe us from the face of the earth, take our lessons, take our teaching, take our wisdom, you know what I mean, and build what they built over here, because they could not have done this without us. But we are taking back what is ours now. You know what I mean? And so, because we have been ordained to do so, we have been prophesied to do so. And we just ask all of those that's listening to come and be a part of this, because you are one with us. We all are one with the great God, Allah. And I just say gratitude. And I'm so grateful for being here. Gratitude for allowing me to speak. Islam and peace.
Islam, for the measure you brought forth, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. We give honors to you, grand man, for that special drawing. It don't get no plainer than that. You know what I mean? So, yes, sir. Gratitude. Grand drawing. All right. Sister Curta Bay.
Islam. Like everyone is saying, I tell you, this has been a powerful class this morning. I tell you, wow, I have enjoyed everything. I've learned new things, especially about my tools. You walked me through another step that was right in my face, but hadn't even tried that tool out by opening up everything in the coup tool that we have to use. And it's just an honor, Dr. Shahid, to be a part of this class and talking to my Moorish kin. This is what I prayed for this back when I was in the Piscine area. I always wanted to sit up under my people. I wanted to know what my people had to say about all of this teaching, all this knowledge, everything that I learned. I wanted to hear it from us, and I prayed, to God, because that's what I called him at that time, in Christianity. But I prayed, and I said that was my desire, to sit up under my people and have them teach me. And look where I'm at now. sitting right up under somebody that looked just like me and doing the research, and we getting the research, and I'm a part of this thing. That's what I still be pinching myself sometimes and saying, great God Allah, you mean tell me you let me be a part of this? You know, it's just an honor to be here and to oh wow, just to see how they try to hide the truth from us, y'all. But that just goes to show you that the great God Allah, he said he was leading on and victory is assured. And our prophet came and pulled the cover back off of all of it. There's nothing secret anymore. There's no everything is being exposed. And this is the best time of your life to be on this planet right now. This is the best time, because I tell you, we are unfolding and unfolding into these teachings, and we are seeing how, you know, we was lied to, and there's no denying it. I mean, we got a national assistant mufti. He always say documentation beat conversation. We got the documents here. We got the documentation here. All you got to do is look at it. We putting it up on the screen. Dr. Shahid is just blasting this stuff all on the screen. I mean, if you can't understand this, well, I don't know what to say. But all I can say is, you know what? You'll get it. You're gonna get it, because I tell you, you can't deny what we are bringing to you, and we give honors to our listeners out there, and that human thought. I like him. He making some good comments there. And but this has been a grand class, and I tell you, our prophet has been with us every step of the way, because you can just see him moving in this class, y'all. You can just see him moving, us coming up with these different things. Dr. Shahid coming up, and he like, I'm just strolling through that's the prophet. He like, oh man, we always tell y'all, family, our prophet is not dead. He is alive and well. And if you couldn't see him moving this morning and this afternoon, because it didn't got afternoon now in this class, well, you ain't gonna see him. But I tell you, he then showed up and showed out. So Islam family, Dr. Shahid, do you have any last things you want to say before I get ready to close us out?
Hold up. Can you hear me, sister?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, and I'm actually dealing with a source while you here. I'm just pulling this up actually. I wanted to show our people something briefly.
Okay.
To show what was being said, because our brother in the audience says Adam and who. You know what I mean? And so we want to just bring some clarity to our family, to show our family the universality of teaching. This is for clarity of the people who may want to know. And this is a book that I have here, and it's called The Vestiges of the Spirit History of Man. Now, this particular book here, family, hold up, let me go.
What's it called again, Dr. Shahid?
It's out of print, but it's called The Vestiges of the Spirit History of Man. You may be able to get it. You know what I mean? But it's actually a Google book. You can actually download the whole thing. You know, I ain't went and look and see if they still have a physical copies, but it's from 1850. I want to say 1858. And so I'm gonna share this real quick to show our family something. And this ain't got nothing to do with no theosophy or none of that. Let me show you, family, how people always demonstrate it, so that people can understand the connection between this information and what's being demonstrated. Regardless what you know, you're just getting the information now so that you can go do research. Even if you disagree, hear the information out. But let me show you here what we talking about. Okay, so here it is, family. Let me blow it all the way up. Hold up. And this book is really breaking down a whole bunch. It ain't just dealing with this. This is breaking down different names of deities and everything, but it's called The Spirit History of Man. Like up here, they showing you the connection between Manu and Minas and Mentu and the sun and Mantus. They're just going through basically linguistic expressions, right? and showing you the connection through the word. So this is just one, and I ain't showing you what the people were saying in the Hindu aspect that was refuting the Indologists. This a whole nother text, ain't got nothing to do with that. Listen to what it says here. According to the Egyptian doctrine, the sun at the 5th hour visited the Elysian fields. For those who don't know what that is, that's called Sekhet Aru, or Sekhet Allah, just to put that in there. Horus and Thoth, or Heru and Tehuti, they say sun gods weighed the souls in hell. Pre Atimu is the celestial sun, like Tammuz or Atamu. Adam. You see how they equating atom with the word ATM? Why are they doing this, family? Because the D is interchangeable with the letter T. So they're saying that this atom that comes later in the biblical teaching basically derives out of the concept of atmu, or atom in ancient Kemet. That's what they're saying, family. Linguistically, they're not saying that atmu is Adam. They're showing you that the linguistics of the name Adam comes from atmu. You see? So it says, weighs the souls in the underworld before their transmigration take place. Now, in most cases, when they use atom in conjunction with atmu, they're really referring to one that is known in Judaism as Adam Kadman. This is the Adam that predates the Adam that was made on the 6th day. So if you're thinking about it, that the Adam that's made on the 6th day, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, then that's where you're being burnt up at. But if you know the history of Adam Kadman, who existed in the beginning, then you understand how this is being compared to Atmu in Kemet, because this Adam that is being referred to in the beginning was present when the Spirit of God hovered upon the face of the waters, according to the Piscean record. He was present. He was one amongst the spirit. How do we know this? Because it uses the word Elohim. And if you know anything about the Elohim has always been expressed as, you know, a man with the head of an eagle, the man with the head of the ox, the man with the head of the lion, basically the lion, and then a man, with the head of a man. So it's eagle, lion, ox, man. Eliminate the letters E-L-O-M. If you add the he in there, or the who, which represent the spirit, now you know who it is that is employing these beings to bring forth creation, because that's the way they depict the Elohim in the Bible. Eagle-headed man, lion-headed man, ox-headed man. That's how they do it, family. So now that we know this, they call them Elohim as well, if we want to really get fancy about it. So these particular beings, with man himself being present among the Elohim, eagle-headed man, lion-headed man, ox-headed man, and man-headed man. These beings that are described are the same descriptions that are given on the walls of Sumer, and they are the same descriptions that are depicted on the walls of Kemet. So we see that these things were written in stone before the biblical teaching ever came into existence. So if man is present among these same type of beings, so to speak, right, then this is really referring to a whole nother measure. You have to study the nature of the eagle. And when we say eagle, we're really referring to the hawk that's being expressed in ancient Kemet, or the falcon being expressed. But when we speak of this in special measure, the reason why the head of these particular birds are on the body of a man is not to depict that one is being expressed that way per se as a being. Who knows? They may exist that way. I don't put nothing past creation. But what I'm saying is this right here, because some people will call something like that extraterrestrial. But anyway, what I'm saying is more of how it is applicable to us, is that a man that has the body of the hawk, or the body of, let's say, not the body, the head of the hawk upon the body, or the head of the lion, the head of the ox, and so forth and so on, or just the head of man. We know that the personality of that particular animal is being expressed in the creation. So study the nature of the hawk, and you will understand why the hawk head was placed upon the body of man. Well, we know the hawk, just like the eagle and a couple of the, the falcon, a lot of them birds can stare right into the sun without blinking. You know what I mean? And the sun represents light. They say, well, no man can look at God and see the light and live. Well, when you're dealing with that Heru degree, when one is God, you can see yourself and live. See, I'm just giving you a breakdown metaphysically to show you how deep this stuff go if you want to go there. But the main measure, family, is that in the beginning, according to the biblical text, the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and the word God was Elohim, which means a plurality of beings. Eagle, lion, ox, man is the way they depict it in the Bible. Elohim, which is synonymous with Neteru in ancient Kemet. That's what they would have been called then. They would have been called the Anunnaki in the Sumerian text. You see, we can go there, but we're just trying to make it simple. So anyway, man himself as a spirit was present with God in the beginning. How do we know this right here? According to the Bible itself in Proverbs chapter 8, he tell you, the Lord possessed me at the beginning. When he began to create all this stuff, I was there. Go read Proverbs 8 and you'll get it. And then you understand the word kadam is used in Proverbs 8 when it's referring to the creation coming into being in that area. And you say, okay, so this is Adam Kadman. What does Adam Kadman mean? Because people think this name is just present in the Kabbalah. No, it's present in the Bible. Kadman, not only present in the Bible, but it's present in the Quran. Al-Qadim, Kedem, Cadmonites. All of that is referring to a connection that really means first. That's what the word Kedem or Kadman or Kadem, in the Quran, it means the first. You see, Kadem, that's one of the attributes of Allah. In the Hebrew, it means the original. It means those who were indigenous. So the Adam Kadman is basically said to be the parent of the Cadmonites. Who are the Cadmonites? The pre-Adamites, meaning they existed before the Adam that came later, right? We got to say it like this to make sure people don't get it twisted. So once you understand that, you say, oh, now I can see how Adam Kadman was being compared to Atmu, because this is going back to the beginning. And Atmu in Egypt was said to be the first to rise up upon the mound and bring creation into existence. So when you understand that, and then you look at the history on Adam Kadman, so Adam Kadman was present in the beginning, and man was made in his image. Adam Kadman was made in the image of God. And that's what people getting it twisted at. But that's a whole nother measure. I actually have a breakdown with it on my page. If you want clarity, go there and see it. That's just coming off the head without having to pull up all the sources. So we say Adam weighs the souls in the underworld before their transmigration take place. And this is what we close at. Notice they says, for Ayahu weighs the spirits. Oh my goodness. Now they're showing this right here is Proverbs, right? This is in the book of Proverbs now. And I want to say that's actually Proverbs 15. Because that's a 10 and that's a 5 and that's 1. So yeah, that's Proverbs 15 too. I guess that's what they're saying. Going to the Hebrew, we'll probably find it. But Ayahu, which is another name with the word Allah, also Yah, and all that come up out of Ayah. This word is actually in the E.A.R.S. Buzz dictionary too, by the way, for those who don't know. So, it goes on through all this here. And I want to show this part because those are just notes on it. But it speaks here. And you heard what the Hindus were saying about the first man as well. It says the word of Ayahu, who forms the spirit of Adam, man, in the midst of him. See, all this right here. See, look. In Allahayim, the God said, let us make man, Adam, in our image. See? So this man that was made in the image, he was made in the image of the Allahayim, which goes back to Adam Kadman being present and not the image of God himself. Adam Codman was made in the image of God. Adam Codman was the vessel that God used to bring creation into being. Spirit man. But that's high science that most people wouldn't comprehend if they don't know it. So it says all the trees of Aden. Aden actually is another word for Eden as well. People don't know that. It's A-D-E-N instead of E-D-E-N. Aden is what it is called. When you hear us say Garden of Eden, Aden is also a place that is referred to in the Arabian Peninsula. You know, and that's why we say the holy city of, you know, is the Garden of Eden. You know, it's right there in Aden, Eden, you know, which we call now, in certain aspect, we say, well, this is Canaan. It was called Canaan at a time as well. But anyway, it says in the garden of the Elohim, the gods, and it says envy him, Ezekiel. They're giving you all these measures here, right? Elohim. Notice Allah is there. Elohim. This is a plurality of beings, those who have been employed to work for the creation to do his bit. So even though it was him that was creating, the reason why Elohim was used is because the Elohim would be the ones that are doing the work of the creator. That's why we say Elohim. In our 101s, we know the Elohim are those who created everything that was, that is, and evermore to be. See, it makes sense now, right? Therefore, Elohim, or Elohim, created Adam, the man in his own image and likeness of Elohim, the gods. He created them, male and female, right? In the second chapter of Genesis, a different account is given. Remember I told y'all that? The second account is actually the first account. How is that possible? Because chapter 2 that they talk about, that account that they give, family, is this is the Adam become a living soul. And if you go into that area, say he was created before the plants and the trees and everything. And the only activity we can see where life was being brought forth in the form of man or being is when you trace it all the way back. Masterminds are able to trace themselves back, and thus they know. You go all the way back to Genesis chapter 1, and you look and you find out when it said the Spirit of God hovered on the face of the waters. That should be in chapter 1. This particular creation in chapter 2 should be there. And that's why it says here in the second chapter, it says, Ayah, Elohim made Adam, man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And then he became a living soul. You see, in fact, they even have it in there where they call Adam basically the name of the man and the woman in Genesis chapter 5. Because Adam Codman represents the unity between Ish and Isha. There is no gender in spirit. You see? So anyway, in this particular book, Adam is the son, ancestor of men, soul of the world, life breath of all. That's not talking about the physical Adam. That's talking about Adam Codman. All souls emanate from their father, the son, the same spirit, which is the son rests also in the heart. And then they're talking about Bacchus. That's a whole nother measure, because Bacchus is also the one that is known as Sabacchus. You know, if you don't know about Shabaka and Kemet, you know, it all goes into that. Baka actually represents the original founder of what they call the Patrushian culture, which also became known as the Mari culture. You see, that's a whole nother measure. But it says, this is where I close at, I land my plane. Adam is the German word, right? Odem and Atem. See, they put the T there, meaning breath. Adam is the Hindu Atman, the sun as the soul of the universe. The charming Atminus, the Minus. See how they showing you the sound shifting here? How they removed the A completely and put the D there in the place of the T? Adam therefore means the breath of life, prana. And those in whom is the breath of life, mankind, or it may be used for Bacchus himself, right? The euhemerize, right, into a man. Adams mean life. Adam means life. And that life, which is the blood of the sun-born race. And you know who the people of the sun is, according to the Kemetic teaching. We can go on and on and on with this. And this ain't the only word they talk about in here. They're dealing with words from various expressions in religious texts, but this is called The Spirit History of Man. And I'm gonna look for this physical copy of this book, but this is actually the PDF. You can download this right here from Google Books. Thank Google Books for this book that was written during the 1800s, 1850 to be exact. See, that's what we talk about. So Islam, we just wanted to get that to the family, and hopefully we gained some clarity. Islam.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Gratitude for that grand measure, Islam. And we just we want to invite our family come back again and join us and bring a friend, share this information on Facebook because we are powerful information that's coming for family. You can't get this.
It's Sister Curta Bay. I forgot to the Grand Secretary asked for some the authors we had. I just want to share this.
Okay, yeah.
Share this too, just so y'all can see. Which I already have it on my page, but I actually got all of these in.
Okay.
So, and I'll give you the explanation briefly on this one here was the Hieratic Primer that I was reading from earlier.
Okay.
You can see by Sheldon Lee Gosselin. We already talked about that one, trying to find out better prices on them. But we do know they exist. And the book is like, I would say probably out of print. So the ones they have, they rare. And that's why they kind of elevated. Mashallah, we may find some more that drop in the prices. Marvin Edwards Bay ordered here and he's waiting on it. Now, this book I had years ago, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, this particular version. It was a little wilder than this, but this is the whole thing. I got like 3 of these over here. We know the Egyptian Book of the Dead and all that stuff, what they saying. We know it's the book of coming forth by light. That's neither here nor there. We already know a bunch of critiques and corrections we got to do. But the reason why I ordered this book is, I gave it away years ago. But the reason why I reordered it, because it's relevant to what we're demonstrating right now, to make comparisons, because they have the transliterations in here. And in the transliterations, you can make these comparisons dealing with our reversing process. I may even go through these things, to be honest with you, and do my strokes and put hieratic strokes. I don't know. Who knows? But they have a lot of stuff in here. It's almost like a dictionary in and of itself. But we do know the original Book of the Dead, even though you see these in anaglyphs in this book. We already know the difference between the two, so that ain't a problem. The anaglyphs are no longer an obstacle for us because we know their purpose. But when it comes to dealing with, the actual breakdown of the transliterations of what we're more concerned with. And so we know the original book was actually written in hieratic. We actually have the source material on that as well, coming from the Oriental Institute. And they're telling you that they had wrote many different books in hieratic, and later they started to write them in pictorial expression, which we know that is the actual burial of the original text. So Islam, and we just want to mention that's the Book of Tahotep also that I was doing my little transliteration off of the head from, and so we just say gratitude. The scribe did good, and we love you. Islam.
Gratitude.
Islam. And Dr. He did Dr. Mu'atta Ashby. Did he is he got a book by
the Yes, he do got one.
Okay.
I recommend us even getting our hand on that too. I've started to order it, but I didn't order it yet. He got a couple of them. He got the Tree of Life, because he will help you more with metaphysical understanding.
I think I got that one because when I was under him, we had to have that. I just want to make sure it's the same one that you.
I like Walter Ashby because he quote Prophet Noble Drew Ali in some of his works.
Yes, Now I know it. I didn't know it at the time.
Yeah. He be quoting Prophet Noble Drew Ali in some of his works. I seen it.
Islam.
So that's why I honor him. As far as dealing with people, like if we want to talk about books. To get like I have the 2 books on Medu Neter. It's a whole volume on that.
Okay.
And that Medu Neter written by the brother Ra Nefer Amen. I give honors to them because that book on Medu Neter is dealing with metaphysics. You don't really see no language being talked about in there. It's just straight metaphysics breaking down the Tree of Life which, to be honest with you, those books, the Medu Neter, are the key to the certain aspects on my website.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You can actually go deeper into studying by going. And when I say that, I'm talking about this. I'm gonna just put this here so you can see it real quick. As we go out, it's Martino's archive.
Okay.
So when you come here and you deal with the charts and the Auxilium Metaphorum, you notice I had the 42 paths of Moorish wisdom. The key to really breaking all of this down is in the works of Brother Ra'u Nefer Amen. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So when you go into all of these and you compare them to this, you compare that, that all of these things here, they were based on the same tree of life, the Kemetic tree of life. So, under this aspect, Al-Sar, would be the prophet. You see, you got the chairman, you got the sheep, and this represents Sekur and Tehuti. You see? Then you have Herakuti, which is assistant grand sheep. Then you got Ma'at, go Grand National Secretary of the State. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so you got Heru again, which is Grand Mufti, Sobek, the Swift Angels, all that right there. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it will break down. But when you go into this, and if you were to read the books on the Medu Neter, I actually had a breakdown here. Let's see here. After we deal with the murder Kaaba, that's us and well. Well, actually, I think I went past it here. Basically, you can navigate with the book through these pages, is what I'm trying to show our family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the way this website was designed. We never went into it, but right here. Because all of this is really, works that were expressed by our brother Ra'u Nefer Amen. But what I did is I showed the government equivalent to these measures. See what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's why you hear me say there's assistant grand sheik within the self. There's a grand sheik. There's a chairman within the self.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm referring to it is the prophet, the part of man's spirit where God dwells. That's Ba, which is the crown chakra, also.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ku, dealing with the third eye, that's Tehuti, divine mind, right?
Right.
This goes into the seat of the national grand sheik, assistant grand sheik, right?
Right.
This is the place from which man may experience omnipresent oneness with all unity. The part of man's spirits which is all-knowing omniscience, omniscience and wisdom, and God's will, the oracle part of man's spirit with divine power and omnipotence, right? Mm-hmm. That's the chairman. Mm-hmm. And part of man's spirit with divine power, omnipotence. Second, which is the throat, sekir. See? Proclaim, right? Right. You can't proclaim without divine power, without that power exerting itself for the individual at the will of the use. Mm-hmm. So what I did is put these things in the measure, and it's like, about almost 15 years old now. This site real old, but I will say that all of these things are showing you how these principles are active within us, basically. Right. Like Ab, like the heart, Grand National Secretary, Ma'at, Herakuti, National Grand Mufti, Heru, Assistant National Grand Mufti. This deals with invocation through mantra, the Heka, and mediates between the divine and the mundane, the part of the spirit that intuits the consciousness. The law of God exercises man's free will. Then you have the Sahu, solar plexus, Het Heru, Sebek, or Set, silent brotherhood of swift angels, members, ministers, part self, and divine ministers of divinity and national treasure. And this coordinates and guides the forces of the animating spirit to realize the mundane goals in existence. And we can go on like the Ka'abit, which is neighbor, which is Geb, which is the Moorish consul general, governs the animal spirit, emotional sense, perception, sensuality, sensory, and motor nervous power. And then last but not least, the Kab, which is 7, and this is coming from on high into manifest. This is the root, which represents the root chakra. This is Seb, The Moorish American national governs the physical body, the spirit's window to the physical world, which contributes to the illusion of being separate from all other things. That's what we think when we come fully into the physical. But we have to get back up here.
That's
see,
right.
to the part of spirit where man God dwell. You see, and not just be identifying ourselves with just being the body.
That's right.
Because though we are Moorish American nationals in the body, we don't need nationality when we go up here into the divinity.
That's right.
You see, because in the spirit realm, you ain't being segregated by who you is.
Right.
Or who you ain't. You see what I'm saying? So these are just keys. But if you get them books on Medu, they're going to break this down even further.
Wow.
So I put it in here that way you can have it as a complementary study, but it still bring it back to more science. No, Islam.
Islam. Woo. Islam. These ethers are vibrating high. All right, family. We're going to go ahead on and close out January 15, 1929. A warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical, agitated speeches while at work, in the homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violates the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from the sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. Islam. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Go in peace, Moors. Islam. Woo! Powerful class. Islam.
Woo!
Woo!
Great class. Woo! Feet not touch the ground.
That's
Yeah.
right. Most powerful.
Islam, we love you, Moors. Islam.
Love
Islam.
you.
Love you, family. Love
Great
you.
class.
Great
Love
class,
you.
Dr. Shaheen.
Yeah, we ready for Sunday school now.
Oh,
I know that's right.
we ready for
That's
Sunday
right.
school.
We be fired up for this.
Burn it down.
Yeah,
Well, we're going to keep it on high.
yeah, we
That's
gonna
right.
go high. That's right.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that
Oh, yeah.
vibrational ether.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know the
Yeah.
best is yet to come. So
That's
right.
right.
Yeah, man. Woo! I can't wait till the young and not yet born get hold to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
they getting it now.
Yeah,
Ethereal.
that's
We're
right.
over the top there.
Praise the Lord.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah,
They
we
get
already
that.
see the energy that's gonna come with that
That's right.
demonstration.
Yeah, yes,
Praise be to
yes.
Allah. Islamism
Yeah,
without
okay.
the
Without the schism, Islam.
Peace and
Now,
love.
we want to give
boys.
honors, peace and
Oh,
love,
sorry.
family. No, you're all right, Grand Secretary of the State. Peace and love to you and Islam. And we just
Islam.
wanted to honor our participants, the people that was out there in the audience, man.
Yeah,
You know,
yes.
we give honors to everything that
Yeah,
y'all
we
did.
love them too. Most
Y'all
definitely.
welcome. You know, come in when you're ready. You know, we ain't holding nobody outside this demonstration.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's
But
right.
y'all, you know, anytime y'all want to come in, we throw the link up there. Y'all welcome.
That's
So,
right.
Doors
That's
this,
open.
right.
this is us
Yeah,
learning
keep
together.
there.
That's
She'll
right.
get
That's
them
what
out.
it's about.
Yeah, we want to give honors to Bati Bay, and also, you know, elevations to the family that has made transition and home going.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Work from plane of
That's right.
soul and aid and assist us. Islam,
Praise the
Islam.
Lord.
Islam. Praise the Lord.
praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism.
Yes.
All right, Moors.
Islam family. See you in Sunday school.
That's right. That's right. Scimitar swinging, human.
That's right, brother.
Hey, man, that's some bells there.
Couldn't away all that. No,
Yes, right.
I
That's
know
right.
that's right.
Islam.
Islam, baby. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Islam and love. Yeah.